Sorry guys, I got distracted. You should be able to hear me, but I'll just wait for confirmation because we've had a few hit and misses this week. I was just trying to remember who we made last week. I know we made Nido Queen, and I'm trying to remember who the other one was. Oh, it was Dojuo. Why do I always forget Dojuo? You'll only be around for the first 5 minutes. That's okay, Darcy. We are happy to have you. Oh, work this afternoon. That sounds a bit rough. I also believe that there is some sort of major sports game going on at some point over the next day or yesterday or something. I don't know, something. Hi, everybody. Happy time zone and all that jazz. Awesome. Okay, I've had confirmation that at least one person can hear me, and that is all I need in this life. So, hello. Let's show off some Pokemon real quick. I'll just show off the ones we made on stream last week, and then I'll get the vote started, and then I'll show off the last week's videos ones. So, we made Doduo. This is Kiwi. I've anchored the heads together. I think it was the correct choice. He sits like an important gentleman. Not in Australia. I think the Super Bowl one. That's the one. Super Bowl's tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, well, it's Sunday here for me, and like all I hear is like the Super Bowl's on Sunday. Yeah. But in any case, and then we've got Nido Queen, who, I'm sorry, it bothers me so much. I know it's probably not even registering for you guys, but I wish the eyes were just one row lower. Just one row lower, but it's not something I can do anything about. But there is our Nido Queen with her Nido King, and they are very happy together. So, there we go. So I'm going to pop those off to one side, and let's get the vote started today before I creep you all out with the creepy monkey. That one. Okay. All right. Look at these beautiful colours. Now, you might look at these colours and be thinking, these colours don't seem quite right. You have a chat on top of my face. Okay, I don't know how that's even happening. Is anybody else?
Looks fine to me.
No, but is anybody else on a TV having that problem? Because I can just turn the on-screen chat off, and you guys can just have to live with the actual official chat. Yeah, okay. So there is a theme for today, and the theme for today is I got a little dehydrated, and so I decided to make some smoothies. And so each one of these Pokemon have been put in a blender, and basically what that actually means is I've taken the main colours from each of these Pokemon and I've mixed them together, and these colours are the results. So, the Pokemon went into the blender. So let me open up a poll here for anybody who is catching their first live, and this is their first live voting experience. You'll notice that there are 5 options on the screen, but there's only going to be 4 options in the poll. That is because YouTube only lets us have 4 options. But, yeah, and then we often get through at like more than 1. So it means that we have 4 options for the first, and then number 5 comes in the second vote. We do reveal what's behind all 5 doors by the end of the thing, though. Let's see. Who will blend? Okay, right. You guys get voting on that. Well and good. So they are blending. BCB is very confused. Hi, Rosafa. If you turn the live chat off on your TV, it takes off that chat. Oh, okay, cool. So it wasn't a me thing, it was a YouTube thing. All right, cool. Yeah, so let me just swap to mini screen and we'll look at some Pokemon while you guys finish off voting there. So we'll do that, I think. And then we'll do that. Look at me, I'm just a master of my own reality right now. Okay, so last week we made something creepy.
Got some sound effects.
I don't get it.
Coffee grinder. It'll sound like a blender.
Oh. Yeah, last week I made something creepier than Mr. Mime, and I don't know how I feel about it. But this guy, the creep factor... Oh, okay, no, never mind. The creep factor is coming across really intensely on webcam. I can't seem to capture it on camera. But yeah, we made Infernape, who is just really unsettling. And for content, like, I left Mr. Mime out, just so I could show you how friendly he looks in comparison. Like, one of these is a menace to society. The other one is a clown. And then we had Spiritomb, who defies the camera's ability to focus. it's a stream takeover. No, it won't focus on that either. Alright guys, I tried. We got Spiritomb, we got, in no particular order apparently, we have Houndour, brown cow. We've got Remoraid. We have Beedrill. And guys, the puns. Like, it's quite upsetting, really, the number of puns that I had prepared for Beedrill's potential, like, voting themes. And now they're all for nothing, because we've just made Beedrill. And there was, I think this is the last one. Yes, it is. Snorunt, who I genuinely call Snorunt. If you don't put S-N-O-R together and not expect me to say it as snore. Alright, cool. So, those are the Pokemon we made last week. And what's really cool about that is this was our Pokédex at the start of the year, right? Well, I mean, the little voting panel is covering like 1 or 2 right at the bottom. So that's really only covering a little bit. Okay, I'll turn it off so you guys can see. Sorry, I'm a little bit like, okay, this was our Pokédex at the start of the year. So this was like on the 28th of December, and we didn't make any between that and the start of the year. But this is us now, like 40 days in. And that's only Gen 1. Like, that's not even including all of the Gen 2, 3s, and 4s we've just finished making. Like, look at that. Look how many we've made so far this year. We're totally finishing this thing by, like, July. Beedrill's eyes and shape are incredible. Thank you very much, Pamela. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Houndour as well. I got real excited when it showed up. Okay, let's actually get today moving. Left and right are almost attached. Oh, right, yeah. All we need to do is make Nidorino, and we've got a full line right across the middle of the Pokédex. The evil monkey makes you think of the ghost painting guy from Ghostbusters, Wilhelm. Oh, we got some guesses coming through about these votes, so let's get back to that now that I've shown off the Pokédex. But, like, look at that. That's so many Pokemon. All right, that button. Yay, okay, we're back. And now I need to do this, master of my own domain. Let's close this poll off and see who won. All right, so who will blend? Oh, guys, we have a 2-way tie. Number 3 and number 4 are tied at 33%. 1 got 18% and 2 got 15%. So I'm going to have to start another poll, and we're going to have to just vote for number 3 and number 4. And this is going to go quick, and it's going to go fast. I'm going to close it off after like 1 minute. So I want everybody to get their voting fingers ready to go. And we're only getting number 3 or number 4. And if you tie them, like, I'm just going to have to pick. And that's the whole point of this exercise, is that I don't have to pick. So, hi, Katie. Oh, you snagged a screenshot of the finished Nidoqueen? Sorry about that. Oh, sorry, I was going to hold it up again. No, that won't help. I can hold it up on screen again, but it sounds like you've got a screenshot anyway. But it will be... No, that's probably the best way to do it right now. But thank you. Thank you for keeping that up to date. Okay, it looks like you guys are teaming up for a push for number 4. I could have flipped a coin, but this way's more fun. It gives you guys a little bit more agency. All right, so who do we think is behind door number 3 and who do we think is behind door number 4? That's what the real question is here. Panic in the BCB. Yeah, panics in boring colours. See, I've learned. I know that I have to leave purple out of the first vote if I want a non-purple one to win. 102 votes in 10 seconds. Excellent. We'll close that off. I think we have our answer. All right, cool. And number 4 won with 59% of the votes, and number 3 came second at 40% of the votes. So it looks like we are going to be starting today off with number 4. So let's reveal who is behind door number 4. Okay, so in this one here, you'll be pleased to know that we mixed some grey, we mixed a little bit of yellow, and we mixed a whole lot of blue. So I think you guys are going to be really excited when you see who you've picked out of the blender. Let's just say that there's a reason these guys were endangered for a while, and it's probably because they taste like blueberries. You guys picked Lapras. You picked Lapras. I feel like you'd be like, woo, Lapras. Yeah, we're making Lapras. Anyway. Lapras will be the 98th entry in our Pokédex. So, minimize that. And let's grab a sprite. Let's need a queen still. We can fix that though. There she is. I do wish I could work out how to get this part brighter, but it's a lighting problem to have both my face and my hands at the same light. Anyway, is that a turtle dragon? I think it's just a Leopleurodon. You always name... Oh, I can't say that on stream, Darcy, but okay. It's a magical Leopleurodon, Charlie. It'll show us the way. You can get it on Fridays in Gold and Silver in Slowpoke Well. Huh, okay, that's interesting. Anyway, we are going to draw us a little Lapras. Let me see if I've got... Alright. Now, I've been noticing that I've been cutting a few corners with the sketches recently, so we're just going to try and take a little bit more time with it today. Because I think Lapras deserves the love and attention. There we go. So we've got two little like space bun type ears. We've got a little horn on top of the head. We're definitely going with safety eyes today. If I'm not careful, I'm going to make this look completely goofy. Like look at our boy already. I think I can fix that by just putting a little bit more space between the ears for a brain. Shrink down the size of the horn. Give him that I know what you did last summer type of look. Thank you, Mr. Bones, for the reference images. Okay, what's the main shape of this body, you reckon? Blue sea turtle? A Daplance? You always name yours Little Lappy? I told my friends about the Crochetdex and they thought it was cool. That's cool. Lapras unendangered in Gen 3 or 4 because of a story about someone who felt bad that the Dex was... I have heard that! Yeah, like, they were, like, in the daycare centre breeding their Lapras and just releasing them all into the wild. And so in later generations, Lapras isn't... I don't know if the two are actually related, but it's a fun story to connect to each other. Let's see, and then... there's so much pressure with something like a Lapras, because, like, I understand that, like, how many people have it as their favourite. He's just got a stumpy little tail. Got like our turtle shell. Like so. This is one of those ones where like sometimes I'll get one really wrong and so I'll like, the die is cast, that one's just gonna look bad. But with Lapras, I'm gonna tell you guys now, if we mess it up, I promise to have another crack at it. So that's just gonna take some of the pressure off me today. Of knowing it's allowed to turn out wrong, and if it does, we'll fix it. We'll get it. We'll get it later. We'll have another turn. Where does that yellow go? There's definitely a border of blue between the yellow and the flippers, which are not currently drawn. Must remember to give it flippers. We can't just add water and not draw flippers. Nessie boat lapis lazuli. Or lapis, is it lapis lazuli? I always said lapis lazuli, but like I think it's like lapis lazuli is more correct. Lapras would look awesome Pidgey-totted. You want to make a tiny little Pidgey-tot. Pidgey, yeah, maybe. There we go, let's see. Flipper. Yeah, and then the other flipper has to like curve the other way. Reflections of things are tricky. Alright, and then flipper. In there like that. I think I made the head too big in this sketch, but there's just always going to be a little bit of that, I think, when I'm the one in charge. I put so much focus and importance on the head that they just turn out bigger. Like, I don't know what I do to make that look less doofy. I could flatten the top of the head, but that's not right. It's got a very curved, round head. Okay. Now we'll just ink it in. Like this, and just really lock that shape in. I'm probably going to have to draw it a couple more times just to make sure I'm really getting the shape right here, because like this head body piece is super important. Like the flippers aren't anything important. The shell will be just like nothing. Absolutely no problems there. But things like these flippers, not the flippers, just that shape of the head as it curves into the body is going to make or break our little fellow. We're not megapotting. I'd love to try and get through 3 today, so it's just going to come down to how long each one takes. And if we start megapotting, then we've failed that mission before it's even begun. There we go. So there is our Lapras. Looking like it's got quite nefarious intent, but that's just because I've drawn the back side of that yellow under jaw. Is there a list of what I've made so far? There is a linked Excel document or Google Sheet in the live stream channel that should have all 97 in it already. So let's see. Try and get like a slightly less. Okay, so the head is kind of like a pointy teardrop from the side. Then we have a decided like swoosh. That's longer at the front than it is at the back. Then I need to undercut how curvy the back is to leave room for the shell on top, but it is like overall shaped like this. Tapering down into just a tiniest little nub of a tail. And yeah, there's absolutely ways that we could attach the fins as we go, but I'm not going to put that kind of pressure on myself today. We're just going to sew them on, because sewing makes everything easier. Okay, and then I need to be careful to put the eyes where they go in this head. Geez, the exact proportion of this head are actually going to cause me problems, because they're already causing me problems. So that's it from the top. Ah, my reference image has moved. I'm getting psyched out. It's just a teardrop. It's literally just a teardrop shape with a yellow underjaw, and we've gotten very good at creating just a chain top lip. So, leaf stitch fins. I mean, yeah, if we were Pidgey-totting. I'm not convinced. If we're going for 3, they all need to have the Pidgey-tot effect. No, they don't. Look, realistically, we're going to get through 2. I know that. But like every week I aim for 3, and it's like, I used to be able to get through 3 because we were streaming for like 7 or 8 hours. But these days I get completely smooth-brained after about 5 or 6. Okay, colours. We need colours for our Lapras. Now, she is quite a... Oh, I'm swapping genders all over the place here, but you know what I mean. She's quite a luminous blue. Good thing I have my box of yarn here. And I'm thinking aqua, right? Like, that's a pretty accurate colour that's showing on this webcam. I knew it wouldn't show right down there, but it is right up here. So I'm thinking that. I need some lemon sorbet, which is one of the colours I am running very low in, because apparently every Pokemon and project I work on needs to have a pale yellow colour. Where are you? I know you're here. I just did an inventory. Oh, I could also use cloud instead. I think that would also be legitimate. We can tell people we've been here since the 8-hour streams. Yeah, that's true. Where is my yellow? Ah, found it. I found it. It's okay. And of course the shell has to be grey. Like, I do notice some spots. We do have spots, which means I need to find complementary tones, which is hard, but not impossible. Digging through. I suppose I could also use iceberg, but that feels too pale to me. Alright, so if I go with the cloud, which is honestly a, how to describe it? This is the, like a bluer blue, whereas this is a slightly greener blue. Yeah, cloud is a bit light, I agree with that. I do have like a teal color that matches with this one nicely, I just don't have it here. It's behind me on the shelves, it's like, here, this one here. I'll rummage that through back there. I'd rather find one that I've already got open. And there's somewhere else I can look for that. But like, yeah, I do have a color that I will use for adding spotties. I do wish that there was like a slightly paler version of this, but there isn't. Yeah, I think aqua is the right one. I agree. And I've done too many in the sacks. That's sacks. That's the one that I used for Nido Queen. I used it for the Polywhirl. I used it for a whole bunch recently. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I like that. This is, like, I know it's looking green on camera, and that's kind of a problem already. But, like, I do think that's way too intense still. Hang on, I'm preparing to leave my seat. Here we go. Alrighty. What colours am I using for the Lapras? Okay, so that's the aqua, so that'd be the colour I'd use for the spots. Sorry guys, I will be right back with you. We could go for... too green. Way too green. Should have thought about this before the stream, and now here we are. I thought the aqua would work, but now I'm psyching myself out that it's too blue. It doesn't look pretty when I'm looking at them on the desk there, and the blue is overwhelming everything. I thought the cloud was too light, but it might be our only option. Alright, I can use iceberg or I can use cloud, and I'm leaning towards the cloud, which is too pale, but at least it looks nice with the other colours, whereas this doesn't look nice. Yeah, I could use that for the spots, or I could use just a darker shade in the same colour story for the spots. So like, the spots I'm not super worried about at this point. I'm worried about getting... Hey, Noted Tear Master's here, hi! Could also use a darker yellow. Yeah, we could, but I don't think that's right either. We could go with a cream. But then I think that just emphasizes how much dark, I think it's too dark. I think this is too dark, so I'm going to just go with my gut on that one there. And then we could just do like a really like pasty Lapras. Like, you know, one that doesn't go out in the sun much.
What about this one?
That's the one I've got. That's the cloud.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
We have an accord.
We have an accord.
Also, technically the shell is odd, but then also technically it's even, because like it's got the same pattern on all of them, and it's only slightly skew width.
Oh no, the shell is fine. Not worried about the shell. I'll make the decision as to whether I'm going with yellow or cream when we get to the underbelly, because I'm not doing color changes. We are going to make this piece first, and I'm going to use up my scraps before I find more of that color.
If you want to give them a CD face, I can give you CD faces for inspiration.
You take that CD face out of here. Cream is too pale, pastel. I thought it's like eggshell color. Yeah, well, yeah. That's the thing, it depends on which sprite you look at, because the one on my screen looks yellow, but all of the reference images y'all have been sharing, thank you by the way, in the Discord, definitely show cream. Or like an eggshelly color, like you were saying. And cream is the closest approximation I have to that. So anyway, I'm relatively satisfied with the colors I have selected. I am sorry for any confusion or disappointment. So, like I said, we're going to start with this piece, and row direction is going to be the interesting thing here, because I can start at the tip of the nose, but it will mean that the rows from here get kind of like funky, which can be a thing, or we can start at the top of the head and work down, but that makes this curve of the back basically an impossible curve to make with the rose facing that way without having to close it off and reattach. So that is why I'm going to start at the tip of the nose, even though it's going to make the rose kind of slanted at a kind of funny angle. Any weirdness at the front where those increases will be covered up by a yellow overlay piece. So yeah, hang on, what did I miss? What did I miss? I missed something. Oh, the baby's due in a month. That's so exciting. I can understand why you'd be nervous, but it's still so exciting. It's an Arctic Lapras, exactly. Start at the tip of the horn. No, the horn will just be a little treble crochet or something. I'll use the same, however I solve the horn on the head is how I will do the bumps on the shell. But I got to stop talking. I got to just pick up a hook and we got to get going. So, first up, we need to make a teardrop of a head, starting at the tip of the nose. And the pressure here is that if this accidentally turns out too big, it's going to set the tone for the rest of the Lapras. Yay, scrap usage. We always need to use the scraps. Yeah, I have... These are my half scraps, and then I've got a box of just like half... I call them balls. I do. I think skeins is a more appropriate term, but like, they're definitely not cakes. You could make the head a separate piece from the neck and body. Absolutely I could. But where's the fun in that? No, that's absolutely what I would be doing if I hadn't made a million head and body in one piece type of things. It keeps the shaping a little more interesting for me as well. Okay, so I want it teardroppy, but I don't want it long nosy. So I've started with Magic Ring of 6 there. And I think 3 increases is going to be too many. I think that's going to be too much. I don't know. It's kind of a weird in-between sort of angle. Can't stay. Well, thanks for hanging. Well, thanks for like popping in to say hello anyway, Lee. I could always go for shiny Lapras in a nice purple. Yep. Well, Corey, we have broken the seal, so to speak, on that kind of thing. But no, we're gonna try for blue. It's weird how you can have every color and still never have the right color. But it absolutely happens. All right, so how I'm going to fix the fact that I think that 3 increases is too many, but I still want my growth to be even, is I am going to use 3 increases, but I'm going to try putting just rows of single crochet in between, and that will space that growth out over 2 rows. So it's basically the equivalent of putting 1.5 increases per row. Which I think is more the level that we're after. Happy time zone, Tanwin. Imagine not megapotting Lapras is going to be very difficult. Yeah, that's like I'm putting all of my energy into thinking non-megapotty thoughts. Because like already it's coming out big. Like I have like a mental overlay I put over what I'm working on. It's something that's only started happening in the last like 6 months or so, but like I can like see the thing that I'm supposed to be working on. And this is already turning out like this big. Which is already pretty big. We're 2 rows in and I'm already doomed. Now, while I have everybody's attention, I get that it's on the channel, but have you all seen the community tab poll vote? And have you all voted in it? This is important. I need all the votes I can get over there. I can't tell you what it's about, but I need to know that you voted. Let's see. That's the increase. Okay, cool. So that's 9 around already. Yeah, and that works really well. So yeah, as mentioned, all I've done is I've put a row of single crochet in between my rows of increases and it just spaces the growth out. You saw the poll and voted. Very curious. Excellent. Well, all I will confirm is that it is not a KMI vote and not my idea vote, but we do have one of those coming up soon for a March video. Yeah, the poll currently up on the community poll is for something else. You have voted. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for voting. Honestly, one of the options has a pretty commanding lead at the moment. I don't think it's going to come back from that. And that's fine. I think it was, oh, I can't say it on stream. But anyway, yeah, one of the options has a commanding lead. If you want to know what that is, you can go just check it out. But yeah, that should be something pretty fun. Voted today. Thank you. You have not seen Where Is It Again? If you go to Complicated Knots and you go to, it used to be under the Community tab, but I think it's now called Posts. Well, at least it is for me. So I know that they sometimes roll things out differently to different regions of the world. That should be the top post. There is a little poll asking for you to pick one of several themes. It's going to be terrific fun. I'm up to 12 stitches around and I'm already scared. Darcy, are you going to designate a chaos goblin in your stead? Yep. I lost my hook. Sorry. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you, Sanity Creations. Yeah, I always forget to ask you guys to do that. If you're chatting, though, I will say you do have to be subscribed, and that's just a thing. Oh my goodness, I've kind of buried the lead there. Guys, I know you're probably not as excited about this as I am, but we've got ads. YouTube went crazy with it, though. I let them automatically place ads, and I swear, on some of them, they put ads every 2 seconds, and I had to go through and, like, remove those, because I started getting reports that people were getting ads every 10 minutes or so, and it should be, like, I'd say about every 20 minutes, right? Every 20 minutes, I think, is like a fair exchange when it comes to the length of these live streams. That's what I've got this set to as well. If you get more than that, that's just YouTube being obnoxious. Aren't over half of us Chaos Goblins if you want to be. Yeah, it's called Posts now. I was confused for a second because, yeah, it used to be Community because I used to call it the Community Tadpole. Now it's the Post Tadpole and it's just not the same.
Avoid the Discord because people are posting pictures of them crocheting Lapras. And I know you don't want to get your imagination polluted. Yeah, no, I'm a little too easy to inspire. Okay. I think I've reached the size of the head. Like, don't get me wrong, I haven't reached the width of the head, but I've reached the size of the head. And pretty soon I'm going to have to start curving out, but not quite yet. I think we're going to do another row of 12. In general, quite pleased with how that shape turned out so far. Hi, Rowan. Wait, how does Lapras relate to the theme again? Well, we stuck him in a blender. Let me put the theme back up on screen for you guys for a second. So, you won't be able to see Lapras's colour, but each one of these is all the colours, or all the major colours of the Pokemon behind the door, swirled together to make a solid colour. Whereas normally, Lapras was kind of like a pastel-y grey-blue. That's the colour you get when you put Lapras in a blender. What about Lapras's horn? Oh, good call. Good call on that. Nearly forgot the horn. I feel like it should have gone in the previous row. It should have gone in the previous row. Thank you for catching that. Back we go. So that's the end stitch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll make that one the top of the head. Yeah, no, that just feels right. That is the top of the head. And we're going to start with a double treble and just see how we feel about it. Okay, I think that protuberance is protuberancy enough. What are those hard lumps you get in milkshakes called? Ice cream. So are they also hydrating Pokemon being blended, or are they just flavoring? I'm not sure. I picked a bunch of Pokemon and I threw them in a blender. I was in a dehydrated state. Not an actual real world one, a fictional dehydrated state, but everybody should hydrate or dihydrate. And so I just grabbed whichever Pokemon were closest and into the blender they went.
You talking about chia seeds? Either that or you're making milkshakes wrong. What kind of yarn do I use? Do I have a label here? I don't. I use Four Seasons Marvel. It is a Spotlight specific brand, which is I think an Australian only thing, but I have been told that it is comparable to Red Heart Super Saver. If you are elsewhere in the world. Yeah. Tapioca, because Lapras has little knobbly bits and they are the knobbly bits in a milkshake. Oh, you guys have put more thought into this than I did, and I'm sorry about that. Alright. Lapras has a little horn now, and I think the eyes are relatively even with that horn, so we can maybe slide them on in. Okay, I think there are two types of people, maybe three. The people who are like, what are the lumps in a milkshake? Ice cream? Chia seeds? Tapioca balls? My, what big eyes you have. Lapras had teeth, originally. Lapras lost their teeth somewhere along the way. I don't know why. He just looks like a screaming fish from this angle. That's fine. We've turned him around. The screaming has stopped. Which is the sound of forgiveness. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to start building out the... don't like using pen in here. I'm going to start building out the underside of this neck now, I think. Because I believe we're about here. We're not quite as tall as I thought we would be, but I think it's fine because we're trying to keep it below a certain size. I could just use like clusters or puffs for the ears if we weren't like super dedicated to getting that specific spiral to them. I think I could get away with that, just like doing a pom-pom on either side. But that I wouldn't do next row. I'd probably do one row back from that. So next row will grow out the underside of the neck, and row after that we'll do space buns and continue the shaping. So cool, we've got to plan. Alright, so the start of my row is on the underside of this head, which does make it tricky, but I can work with that. We can work with that. Crochet and then increase 3, which should bring us up to 16 stitches. You like the name Boba? There's a place in your hometown that does chocolate banana milkshakes with strawberry bubbles. Ooh. Two, 3. I think I'm going to put an increase in. Look, I'm doing it. It's happening. Then I think I'm going to do another one. The head just needs a little bit more oomph. I'm definitely going to stop at any second and write down what I've just done. Let's practice safe crafting and all that. 1, 2, 3. And 3 single crochet, an increase, and 2 single crochet, and an increase. And then I'd like to do 3 single crochet before we get to the final increase, but hopefully there's enough stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There is. Love it when things turn out perfectly balanced like that. That, however, will bring us up to 18 stitches around, which is actually a good number. 18 is a good number. We should try and avoid going too much bigger than that. Two, 3. Lapras's milkshake bring all the Pokemon to the yard. We can have a vote at the end as to whose milkshake brings all the Pokemon to the yard. Oh, buddy, you aren't looking great. We're doing our best, but you're not looking great. It's fine, we'll get there. I just need to trust my own process. The head is just looking a little derpy to me at the moment. Still coming out huge, but it is what it is. Ears. We're going to do ears now. Do I do ears now? Because that means the back of the head has to be like right there. Yes, we're doing ears now. So we'll increase 3, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I want the ears like on the outer edge of those increases? The inner edge of those increases. I think outer edge. Outer edge of the increases. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Catching fish alive. And I'm not doing puff stitches because I'm so confused as to what a puff stitch even is anymore. My faith has been shaken. But we will do like, I don't know, treble cluster of some kind. I'm thinking like a 5 treble cluster. I'll probably downsize that, but yeah, what are the current name suggestions, Mr. Bones? Do you have a current list? If there are actual normal cows in Pokemon world, we can have milkshakes. It is canonical that they milk the milk tanks and they make moo moo milk and they make milkshakes out of the moo moo milk. We want to call her acai or lychee. One, two, three, four. It's 4 single crochet. Cluster, and then sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brain is panicking like a ferret with too many snacks. Okay, there we go. Boat. Do you think in Pokemon world they say whatever floats your Lapras instead of whatever floats your boat? This ear is going to be the deciding factor of whether or not I think this is coming out okay or not. Oh, if I do it there, it feels like it's going to be way too low. It's like that felt right and originally, but now it feels way too low. So I feel like we're veering off to one side, but I'll deal with that later. Yeah, I'm going to go 1 further up. We're going rogue. We're not following the pattern as written. One little ear bump here. Did I say little? I meant big. Clearly I meant large. Might be too big even. I think it's too big. I think I need to take that down a size. Took that down a size and I slid it 1 stitch down the side. Back to where the pattern originally told me to put it, if I'm honest. So now they are double crochet clusters. Careful not to skip a stitch on the dismount. Oh, bye Darcy, have fun at work. Am I trying to be too tricky with this? Okay, it gets one more row to convince me before I ditch this and start a different method altogether. Because currently I am unconvinced. Okay, that helped. Just moving the eyes down one. I think decreasing in the next row will help it as well. So those eyes are currently 1, 2, 3, and 4. Row 4 with 3 stitches between. Think it looks good so far? Thanks. When I said clusters, you started thinking about chocolate peanut butter clusters? Okay. I think I misread that comment, I'm sorry. It was something about chocolate and peanut and clusters, so I'm sorry if I've made you hungry. Ooh. Ooh, I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. Alrighty, I've got to keep building up this neck in the next row. Mr. Bones, stop that.
You already started it.
You're a skeleton. How are you even yawning?
Look, I like to pretend, okay?
Aw, I'm sorry. Not me just bullying my skeleton. Alright, so we'll keep extending the neck out in this row, which is just taking the form of putting, I'm going to just call them increased threes because it's easier to say than 3 single crochet in the same stitch. And putting increased threes at like the front of the neck, and I'm doing one at the start of every row and one at the end of every row just to keep it kind of growing, and you can see what the curve it's growing the neck. It's got neck. It's naked. And then I'm going to decrease, probably with single crochet 3 togethers, behind each one of the ear poofs, which will start closing off the back of the head. And honestly, she's on track to be really tiny now. So yay, we reined in all of our exponential urges. Gotta be careful not to skip stitches though, because they do hide when you're doing increases of this nature and clusters of this nature. I'm gonna level with you guys. I'm racking my brain to try and think of anything that happened this week, and it's just a blur. That Pokemon series, man, like, it's so much fun to do, but I don't remember anything else that I've done in a really long time. I got some new Lego yesterday. That was quite fun for me. I don't do it very often, but I picked up the baby T-Rex one because I have the Ankylosaurus. I think that's a Jurassic World tie-in, which does make them way more expensive than they have any right to be, but it's very cute. It's little jaw chatters. And I picked up they've got this kit that's like mama and baby themed, and so like it's a 3-in-1, and I like the 3-in-1s because I feel like I get value. It's got like an orca, a penguin, and a panda, so I grabbed that one there. I'm waiting for they've got a dragon one at the moment, but it's like $70, and so we're waiting for that one to go on special before I look at that one there. You just bought an Everybody Frog shirt? Yay, frog buddies! Just because he's a skeleton doesn't mean he doesn't get tired. That's true, he's a skeleton, and that means that he's probably tired all the time. He's operating on a skeleton crew, as it were. Actually, so am I. You've been working on your Choose Your Own Adventure book collection? I haven't read one of those since, like, Goosebumps when I was a kid. The Pokemon series is your favourite thing ever? That's cool. Like, I really like making it. It's just it takes over everything. If it became the only content I made, I would have to go to one video a fortnight. I could not do it in a weekly structure. It's just too intense. But I can do it for like short bursts. So like 3 or 4 episodes at a time. And then I'm really looking forward to just doing a pattern video this week. We're making a cat this week together, everybody. If you remember the Yule Cat video, we're making a cat based on that. And then next week we'll be doing... Sorry, my weeks are kind of messed up. This week I mean the Thursday coming, and then next week is the Thursday after that. We'll be making a dragon together, and then after that I'm still in development after that. I don't know what we're making there, but I'll work it out by the time we get there. Always do. It's just got a tiny little neck. I'm going to just make you the thinnest little neck piece. I might have to snap these eyes on now. Thankfully, I'm happy with their positioning, so we can do that. You always enjoy random patterns, lol. Yeah, yeah, it'd be good to get a few more patterns out there. So, the dragon and the cat are probably going to be, in terms of my patterns, on the slightly more intense side, just because I think they're slightly larger than I normally do. But, nothing too complex shape-wise from memory. But then the KMIs are entirely up to you guys. Don't leave requests in the chat there, because I won't be able to record them down. But if you wanted to leave, anyone who's watching the replay of this, leave them in the comment section. Anybody else, if you just dump them in the Discord. Ideas for the next Not My Idea video. How did you twist? Your eyes were straight, and now they're twisted. I didn't do anything. I just snapped the backs on. Oh, it's drift. It's the dreaded drift. It's 1,000,000 degrees in here. Oh, well, thank you very much. Did I hear dragon? You did. What's my favorite Pokemon? Says I love Clodsire. What's your favorite Pokemon? I love Clodsire. I think mine has to be Gyarados. Like Magikarp Gyarados. Don't get me wrong, I have lots of favorites. Like Joltik is all the way up there. As I make some of the ones that I haven't really looked at properly before, I'm having a few like new favorites crop up unexpectedly. Like Carnivine, but Pidgey. But yeah, I'd say Gyarados has to be my favorite, but it's specifically Gyarados and Magikarp. It's not just one or the other. And that's because of my first interactions with the Pokemon game, where I was allowed to evolve my brother's Gyaradoses in his game. Or not Gyaradoses, evolve his Magikarps, because you have to like switch train to level them up. And so that was my role as the younger sister. And I've got very fond memories of it. It helps that it's a badass sea dragon as well. Why did I not write the rest of that row down? Do I live to cause problems? Do I not want to be happy? Alright, I think that's the end of the rest of that row. I'm going to do what I can to address the drift that's going on by just increasing in the middle stitch for a row or two, because we are reaching the end of where I want that neck to be. So we've got like curve down type happening. Got to close off the back of the head a little more aggressively, so I'm thinking I'm going to do... I could do 2 more single crochet 3 togethers, or I could do like a single crochet 4 together and really, really pinch it. I think I'm going to do 2 single crochet 3 togethers because it's the more responsible choice. And sometimes we make responsible choices. 5 single crochet, and then 2 single crochet 3 together, and 6 single crochet because we're correcting for the drift. Its eyes twisted because it wants to be a silly. Okay. If Lapras was to wear a necktie, where would it go? Well, you wear a necktie around the base of your neck, so Lapras's necktie would go... I think you just really wanted to make me draw a necktie on the Lapras, but this is absolutely where a necktie would go on Lapras. Because you don't wear a necktie up here, you wear a necktie down at the base of your neck. And I love it, I'm just like, obviously, but yeah, obviously anywhere you want to wear it is fine. Yeah, there we go, everybody's agreeing with me. The more important question is, if you saw a Lapras in a necktie, what would your reaction be? Because, like, assuming we're in a Pokemon world, the instinct is to catch a Lapras point blank, right? Like, you gotta catch them all. But if you saw one in a necktie, I'd kind of be torn with the respect. Like, is he on his way to a wedding or a funeral? Like, he seems like he's a business Lapras, which probably means he has important stuff to do and doesn't really have time for my silly child nonsense. I'm doing that favorite Pokemon picker thing, then I saw Esper and realized that it has the same eyes. Okay. Dapper Lapras. Yeah. He's the business boat. If you see a Lapras in a tie, do not catch him. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like he feels like he's very busy, and best not to get in the way of that. Out of respect, you know. Okay, I think we're coming together. I think a little bit of stuffing will help. Benjamin! Clang goes the Benjamin, who still doesn't have eyes or wheels. Do I just like duck out of frame completely every so often? No, he's not. He's not a gentleman Lapras. He's a business Lapras. He needs a briefcase, not a top hat. Which way would the... My geometry has abandoned me here a little bit, but there we go. He has his briefcase. He's businessy. I love that. I can't add a bow tie. He's already got a necktie. I mean, I get that he has a lot of neck, but that's a bit much. What's funny is like this one here looks like it has things under control. This one here looks like it's never encountered a single thought in its life. That's not a helpful bobby pin anymore. Okay, so I'm still accounting for that drift, which means that I've slowed down the slope of the neck. But we're looking pretty good in terms of what's happening at the back here. So we just need to keep closing off the back while growing down the front. And soon we'll be able to start curving out into the body. But she's coming out a pretty nice size. I'm sorry, I'm swapping seamlessly. Lapras is extremely gender fluid at the moment. I'll know once they're named, or once they're finished, what they want to be. Bobbers for brain cells. No thoughts, head empty. Not a single wrinkle, exactly. So if I do single crochet and then an increase 3, and if I want to do that there, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then it's 6. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do have an extra stitch floating around. If I'm not careful, it's going to make this even more crooked. So I just kind of have to keep an eye on it and move it around every so often. So if you're following these notes later on Patreon and there's just a weird stitch that's not quite sitting evenly or symmetrically on one side or the other, yeah, that's just sort of how this one's going. Aww, I think Pop-Tart's a great name for a Lapras. Don't get me wrong, I think Businessy is still my favourite pun. I don't know if it's a good name, but it's my favourite pun. But we do already have Mr. Buzness in the form of Kakuna. So Businessy might be like a joke we've kind of just already made. Who's to say they don't just remain gender fluid? That's true, but people get a little bit upset if I swap the genders around too much. Make sure you don't stitch Lapras with a broken neck. I will do my best. There we go. And heading off to bed now. Thanks for hanging out, Crow's Rose. I think it's going to have a head tilt no matter what I do. Because, like, it's an inquisitive Lapras. Because, yeah, that crookedness goes back to where the horn is positioned, and I'm not frogging back to where the horn is positioned. Oh, Mr. Bones, that's okay. You don't need to make it a tie. We know it's there in spirit. And I can always crochet it a little tie if we wanted. Flotilla. Bow, bow, bow your boat. Bow, 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 boat. Bow, 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 boat. Just do what is necessary. Oh, you guys are great. See, I don't have to be funny. You guys have got this under control. That's why we have to have the chat on the screen. Yep, we're going to do the same thing again, kind of ish. So 2, increase there, and then at least 2. Oh, I think I'm going to go more aggressive with it. Oh, I'm going to go more aggressive with it, and it's going to eat that extra stitch. It's like a little karmic reward for being aggressive. By being aggressive, I just mean I'm going to chuck an extra decrease in, or squeeze an extra decrease in, but it's actually going to bring us back to symmetrical in terms of our stitch rows. Stitch rows? Stitch layout. Stitch layout works as a term. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're at 14 stitches around if anyone was interested, which is good. We've managed to stay under 18, I'm pretty sure. I wish that car would drive away. Okay. We have 1, 2. This Lapras is baby, but then you've said eat. Is that like an eat note, or is that is it giving you cute aggression so you want to chew on it? There is no wrong answer there. I'm just curious. Okay, that's the second one. And a third one. I love it when it rewards an aggressive decreasing strategy. Businessy is downsizing. Neck's getting a little thick, but I think we've pulled it in okay. Ears are like a little bit twisty. Everything's just a little bit. But I think we're still hitting Lapras. So not that I'm advocating for hitting Lapras, but you know what I mean. I'm hitting the Lapras notes okay. Flotilla the pun. Oh, you're responding to Andy. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Andy, go eat something. Okay, well, I'm trying to work out where we are on this diagram, right? And I think we're either here, like just before we need to start curving up into the body, or we're like literally here and it's time to do the thing. Let's see. Put the body there now, I think. There's honestly an argument to be made for either case, but I'm going to say that we're ready to start curving the body out, which means everywhere we've been decreasing, we now need to aggressively increase. And we're just going to be single crocheting around the front now because we've reached the point. So I think that's the plan. Yeah, when you find really tiny Lapras, what you have to do instead is like attach one to each shoulder and they act like swim floaties. So it's less of an overall like floaty that gets you across the sea and more of just like they're a little bit more safe for kids in pools. Wow, brain just absolutely froze for a second. Everyone hydrate or dihydrate some more. Yeah, so we are going to increase. And I think it's really interesting that the start of my row has like crept from where it was down here to all the way up the side. So, I mean, it's slightly annoying, but it's also interesting. Something buzzed. Hopefully that was just my phone. Just gonna put my phone away.
May I check?
Oh no, it was fine. I glanced. It was fine. A Lapras in water wings is so cute. No, the Lapras is the water wings. Okay, I'm fine to go on a trip to the kitchen. Everybody, we're going to Andy's kitchen to help them find some snacks. Done a bunch of single crochet, didn't count them, need to go back and count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 8's a pretty good number. Okay, I needed now I had an aggressive decrease strategy, now I need an aggressive increase strategy. By Jove, I think I've got it. Let's go with 9 single crochet, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool, that's neatly encapsulated. Then I'm going to do increase, increase 3, and increase. which is a very aggressive strategy, but it might just pay off for us in the end. Then it should just be 2 single crochet back to the start of the row, bringing our count from 14 up to 18 again, which is good. I like hitting 18. 18's kind of like 12. Not only is it a comfort number, because typically if you're hitting 12s and 18s in a crochet pattern, it means that the shaping's probably coming out nice and even and correct, but it's also super easy to space out other shapings, like other markings and stuff, to make different shapes with a 12 or an 18, because they have so many factors to them. Like 12 can be divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12, and if you need to mark something at like a 2/3 point, something like an 8 or a 9 also is just a really effective thing for a 12. Whereas like with 18, you've also got like 1, 2, 3, 6, again 9, oh, you've got 9, and then you've got like a few of like those, again, those medium points of like a 12 as well. So just it breaks down into smaller pieces really nicely, which just can be really helpful when you're trying to evenly space stuff. It's like the opposite of a prime number. It's something with lots of factors. I don't know if there is a word for the opposite of a prime number, because I think that there are too many of them to bother defining them. I have given you a stumpy little neck, friend, but I'm not sure you'll forgive me for that. Hopefully you'll forgive me for that. You are just... Maybe I should go one more... Okay, guys, I actually need your help here. Do I want the neck 1 row longer, or... Because, like, that's the body. Does the neck need to be longer, or are we happy with, like, a tiny little nugget lapras? Now I've got to wait. Because it takes, like, 30 seconds for the question to filter through to the actual stream. Opposite of prime is composite? Ah, thank you very much, Corey. That term does sound familiar to me, so like that does track. Longer? It's a baby? Chibi? You think longer? 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 Okay, yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you for confirming my thoughts. Back we go. I'm still going to keep track of that shaping and probably will use it, but I agree. The neck just wasn't quite feeling long enough to live without us. Long enough. Trying to doubt us. Okay, so that's one. It's so tiny now. No, the neck's not going to be much longer. I was asking about like 1 row, which I think will make a big difference here. Two, 3, and 4. There's a couple of approaches I could take here, but I'm going to go with a medium strategy. So not aggressive, but not aggressive, if you know what I mean. Oof, there's only just enough room for that apparently. So that's where I did my increase, and I did what 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, cool. So I used up all my stitches and it got me down to 12. The long neck makes him a sea giraffe. Oh, Night Breeze, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, see, just like that one extra row makes it a slightly more majestic being. And we like that for our little lapras. And now I will do what I was doing last row, except now my starting point is in an even stranger spot, because I have to decide if I want to increase out for the body on one side or the other, or both sides, which can make it look kind of twisted. So apples are a counter item, I believe. But then I was always a tomato sauce in the pantry type of gal. Mr. Bones has educated me otherwise, but I'm just saying. Food should be the temperature food is. I think that's the first stitch, which is really far around. Okay. Taking a slightly different approach to the increasing. I'm just going to kind of play it by ear a little bit. So do an increase there. We'll just single crochet around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and an increase there. And then I think I'm going to do 2 increase 3s. Apples go on the counter, go away from other fruit because they make them rot faster. Oh, Tani, I'd heard that if you keep an apple in with your potatoes, it'll stop the potatoes going green. That said, there's a lot of old wives' tales out there. Like keeping a cut onion in your fridge keeps viruses out of the house or something. It's like, it's probably based in something at one point. But I don't think there's necessarily science to back that one up. I also do tomato sauce in the cupboard. A bad apple means I'm making a bushel of cider. Yeah, I'm quite partial to doing a big pot of stewed apple, but not when it's always 40 degrees outside. I think this is the first day we've had not even in the 30s all year, and it's still warm in this room. The humidity is death. The cuties in the fridge. What's cuties? I missed something there. But yeah. But then I'm also quite partial to like an apple cucumber type salad-y thing. But you got to squeeze an orange juice, like an orange over the top of it, because the acid from the orange juice stops the apple from browning, and it lasts longer. Bad apple means I'm not going to say much about food safety as I did the intermediate REHIS. When I ran your cake business and was a chef before disability took the career away, I have kept ketchup in the cupboard unless it's over 20 degrees. Fair. Huh. Oh, no, Tani, like I said, I think it's interesting because, like I said, I am susceptible to some of the, like, old wivesy tales type stuff. And so I believe you when you say that, like, science has said opposite of what I thought it was true. Okay, so we have, yeah, see, a much better length of neck. Just that one extra row I think has made a really nice difference there. But now I need to work out torso, because I think our Lapras friend is actually kind of shaped a little bit more like this across the front, and not like, this is currently what we're on track to do. And he's a little bit more wide. He's a wide boy. So I think I can accomplish that just by keeping increases, like keeping single crochet across the front, but like increasing where the shoulders should be and where that back of the body should be. And we've got to be quite aggressive at the back here. So, yeah. Might actually just need to draw this out real quick. So I've got like my ink. It's my body, right? And we go this way. And we've just done an increase. And we've also just done like a lot of increasing at the top here where the body goes. And then I think this is just 8 stitches around. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Cool. So that's the, oh, excuse you, sir. Just move you out the way for a second. That's the layout of our current row. And I want to keep this growing, but I also need to start thinking shoulders, which I think those side increases are starting to like be the shoulders a little bit. So here and here we want to increase again to keep it growing wide instead of just flat. We definitely want to just single crochet 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. All right, we definitely want to just single crochet in those 4, because that'll be the 4 at the center front, which will keep that like curving under the way we want it to. And then for the body, I'm going to do it a little bit more spaced out, because it doesn't need to be too much more of a curve upwards. So I don't need to put the stitches all like right on top of one another like I had to curve the neck down that way at a really sharp angle. We're not looking for like a vertical body. We're just looking for a slight bump. So I think that'll work really nicely. So yeah, so basically how that turns out is we've got a single crochet, an increase, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 single crochet, an increase, 2 single crochet, an increase 3, 2 single crochet, and an increase 3. And of course, oh sorry, and then a single crochet to finish. And of course, that when I write that up into proper notation form, some of that will be collapsed down into repeats, because like for example we have 2 repeats here of a 2 single crochet and then an increase 3. So rather than write that out long form, I'll collapse that down a little bit. Current name list is Nessie, Boat, Lapis Lazuli, Leia, and Biz Nessie. and you guys are all talking about butter. So butter on the counter, because butter should be soft. If you have a butter bell, I think that's the ideal way to store it. But in Australian summers, your butter sometimes has to just go live in the fridge, or else it's just going to separate. You like the name Flo? Do we have other nominations for the name Flo? Mr. Bones is doing his best. If Nessie wins, you will secretly refer to this fine specimen as Nesquik. There are so many Fakemon out there, and I've watched so many videos on people designing their own Pokemon. I genuinely don't remember. Did they end up releasing a baby form of Nessie, or was that just like a fever dream that I had? Our butter is separated a bit, but today is the first day of the year when the butter is not in a liquid state. Oh, huzzah! Huzzah and good tidings for us all. The butter is solid. True, verily, a good omen for a good day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I am the second nomination. No, I wasn't looking for someone to second it. I was just curious to like catch the flow of it. See if people were like yeah, you know, sometimes people chant the name. Anyone try the clay pot trick for butter in the summer? Nope. You can spread toast instead of just dipping it. The Chaos Gremlin in you wants you to vote boat. I think boat's a good name. I like a lot of the names that are coming up, honestly. We might need to do several rounds of voting, which is tricky. Unless we can get it narrowed down to 4. Okay, if you think your Chaos Gremlin is bad, my Chaos Gremlin is currently going, call it Boat Nessa. Like Vanessa, but with a boat. And it's like, that makes no sense. Say it out loud on stream, it'll be funny. It's not funny. It's nothing. That is just nothing. Okay, how did our shaping turn out? So we got a little curve up into the body, a little bit more width to it too. I understand that it looks a little pinchy at the moment. That's just because we've stuffed up to there and haven't stuffed this bit yet. So we've developed a pinch point, but we'll stuff it. It's fine. Boating with boat face. We're not doing boating with boat face. We're not doing... Mr. Bones, I can blame you for that one, can I? We're not doing that one. Surfboard? Excuse me. Alright, I think I've reached the widest point I want for the back. And I might do one more increase on either side for shoulder reasons, but other than that I think we've reached the perfect body heft. So we need some single crochets, and I need to work out where those side spacings go. So I'm thinking here. And like there. That's not straight. There. That's not straight. There. Straight-ish. I might just have to do this mathematically if I want the increases to be hypothetically what, here and there. 2, 3, 4 single crochet and an increase. I'm sorry guys, I understand that we've been going for like an hour and a half on this one and it doesn't look like we've made a lot of progress, but I'm just taking my time a little bit. 4 and an increase, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And I hope that's okay with everybody. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Leading us to 27. We're at 27 around. At least we're still sub 30. One, 2, 3, and 4. Just a slight increase to either side. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How many am I supposed to do? 13, 14, and 15. We're at the start of the row, and this is once again just a superfluous bobby pin. It needs to be moved up. You do enough shaping, and those bobby pins got to be moved a little bit more regularly. Boat Boba Longneck the Lapras lazuli. You want to call it Oznessa? I don't remember fridges with butter conditioners built in. I've made this back slightly too tall, and I can already tell. Because look how far up the neck it's curving, and we haven't even added the shell yet, but I'm hoping I can like maybe pull it down into a more obedient position as we go. It's a little bit of wishful thinking, but I'm allowed to dream. I'm allowed to hope. Bye, I love Clodsire. Thanks for hanging out. So we're 27 stitches around, and I'm going to do some rows of 27 single crochet. That's it. We're up to just like bulking out this body. You do remember fridges with butter conditioners in them. Old fridges had them, especially in the 50s? Ah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, so like in the door of the fridge, you'd have like a little plastic piece that comes over, right? And would protect the butter from the cold air. And so like that little container would be halfway between the temperature outside the fridge and inside the fridge. So you'd get butter that was spreadable.
I think my parents still have one of those. We just use it to store the shredded cheese.
No, don't put... No, because it's the warmer part of the fridge.
That's not smart. I'm just saying, I think that they do it.
Things in there, no.
I think that, yeah, that part of the door is just filled with cheese.
Oh, it was filled with cheese. Now it's filled with Frank. He's trying to get out.
This is Frank's fridge now. Haven't I made a big Loch Ness Monster pattern before? I have. It was one of the first Not My Idea patterns. But like, I'm designing from scratch. Can't be bothered looking up the reference of the old one. And besides, that's a no-sew and it's like 2 times too big. I could have halved it, but I feel like that's not as interesting of a process as watching the actual design process. And I really struggle to follow patterns on stream. It's a lot easier just to like design, make it up as I go, than it is to try and follow instructions. How do we get from milkshakes to butter conditioners? I don't even know. It's good though. Like, but then I also think that like, we say that that devices and appliances in the 50s used to have like a lot of cool features and stuff. When was the last time you read the manual on something you bought? Like, I get that some of you are probably quite pedantic people and probably do read the manual. I read the manual. And I'm here to tell you that a lot of your appliances probably still have cool features. It's just that you haven't realized it yet. Like, your bread maker can probably make jam. Is a big one. Like, I don't think a lot of people realize that bread makers can make jam and other things. Like, cakes are kind of a no-brainer, but like, yeah, you can make jam in your bread maker. There is a setting for it. Like, that's just the starting point. Milk is the common thread.
We can make jam?
In the bread maker, yeah.
Does that mean we could stew apples in the bread maker?
Hypothetically.
I don't really make apple jam in the bread maker.
I don't even like baking in the bread maker though, if you remember. I like to use that to mix up doughs.
But like,
I don't trust the cheap heating element in it.
I could just throw a pile of skinless, coreless apples into the bread maker.
Well, no, you'd have to follow a jam recipe and make sure you had pectin and all that other stuff.
And throw other random things that you would buy from the shops because you remember stuff and know stuff. And then we would have like apple jam.
If you threw the elements of jam into the bread maker, there is a jam setting, yes. That's what I mean. It's like people don't know these things.
Why wouldn't you tell me this? We could have been
why would I need
this whole time.
Why would I need to tell you this? Why didn't you read the manual?
It seems like critical need to know information. By the way, I brought a bread maker. Oh, that's cool. We can have bread. Yes, it also means that we can have jam.
It's right there on the label. It's not even hidden.
What else can it make?
Okay, well, your microwave has special settings too.
Can it stew a turkey?
Like setting, and I don't know about stewing a turkey. I don't know why anybody would want to do that.
For all I know, I don't know what these things can do.
Air fryers can dehydrate stuff. That's interesting. I don't have an air fryer, so I'm allowed to not know that. You can make yogurt in a pressure cooker. I know that...
It's called a biodigester, but yes.
The pectin is in the fruit.
We are not making homemade yogurt.
We're not making homemade yogurt, no.
It sounds like it could go very easily wrong.
But you know, you can get a Lazy Susan and just put it in your fridge.
Do not put lazy people named Susan in your fridge.
Lazy Susans deserve to go in the fridge. Garbage disposals are a thing. They just have to be installed and be sure no silverware accidentally fall down the drain to it. Yeah, I have not encountered a garbage disposal in any Australian house. I don't think it's a thing here. That said, I don't exactly tour extensively, so maybe they are a thing here. Also, the idea of silverware being able to fall... Like, don't you guys have, like, the metal gratings over your plugs? We don't have the plumbing for garbage disposals. Yeah, that's what I thought. It means that you get to, like, scoop the sink soup out with your hand, though. I'm still trying to pretend that these rows are like this. Oh, sorry. I forgot to move Lapras back out into the corner. You go back over there, sir. You can't stop me. Mr. Bones is not your supervisor. Mr. Bones cannot stop you. I don't know how many rows I've done. I don't even know if I've done full rows. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've done 4 rows. We're nearly there. I'm going to keep going a little bit longer. Gotta make sure that Lapras has a nice, comfy back. Never seen a garbage disposal in Scandinavia either? Fair. Nope, it's anarchy in the sinks here. They specifically don't have the metal guard so you can shove stuff down there. But see, like, surely that leads to more problems than it solves. Ah! Yarn chicken, the ultimate betrayer of crocheters and garbage disposals alike. Alright, I could just, like, magic knot and carry on, but I could colour change and carry on. There are no wrong answers here. I think we'll magic knot. Enough of that. Yeah, here we go. Hey, what yarn chicken? Ain't no chicken here. Not a thing in Scotland, and are actually banned from pro kitchens as they didn't get cleaned correctly. Yeah, well, I mean, they're knives. They're knives just waiting for you in the bottom of the sink. You can slap in an orange peel for nice smells, but you could just do that in a mug on the counter as well. Like a mug of hot water with a little bit of orange in it. Lovely. Or you could bake some vanilla essence, make the whole house smell like cookies, or you could just bake cookies and then you'd have cookies and a house that smells like cookies. So like there are ways to achieve nice smells without garbage disposals. Yeah, over here the recycling is a little bit iffy, where they give us the bins to sort the recycling, but it all gets hauled off to the same dump because a lot of the processing areas got closed down. I don't know if that's still current information, but that's what was the situation like 5 or 6 years ago. It kind of makes you lose the will to sort the stuff. Yeah, I think the double sink is like a standard thing here. Like, I like to look at house listings for fun. I can't help it. I always have. And like, the biggest deal breaker for me is when a kitchen has like a single sink. How do you even function with a single sink? Yeah. Yeah, putting grease down the sink is super bad for everybody. But then there's like some items that people throw away, like just put in their trash, that literally the recommended way to dispose of them is to put them in a garbage bag in your garage. And that's like light bulbs and I think certain kinds of battery. Though don't take this as advice. This is just me waxing lyrical on the bizarrity of some things. It's just like literally the plan for disposing of certain items is store them forever in your garage. But what if you don't have a garage? You still need light bulbs. Yeah, I like a little bit of lavender oil in a diffuser. Makes the room smell nice. Keeps the mosquitoes away. It's just a big win-win. Speaking of big win-wins, look at how chunky your back is, sir. You're there ready to provide that luxurious cushion for anybody wanting a ride. I think we need to start decreasing, so I better work out how many rows I've done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've babbled on for a successful 6 rows of Lapras. Mr. Bones, had you not heard of the Fatbergs before? Yeah, Henyang, I've been there with the 5 other people who just dump their dishes into both.
I had not.
Okay, well, we will educate on Fatbergs after the stream. Yeah, I've lived with housemates who do that. They just like, fill the sink up. And, also, Mr. Bones, that's not any kind of pointed comment at you. I'm literally thinking back to my uni days. You're fine. You're good. I will say this apartment's my first time. Oh no, I suppose it's happened in one other place. I've not lived with a dishwasher all my life, but I have in this place, and it's great. I would not want to go back. I like being able to do the dishes at 2 a.m. in 10 minutes and then go to bed. As for the recycling batteries at Officeworks thing, I know that Woolworths and I think Coles and like those big supermarket chains over here have stopped taking soft plastics for recycling as well because they turned out that it wasn't a cost-effective thing for them. So like you literally can't recycle your soft plastics that anywhere here anymore. It's just a lot going on in this space. Also, I'm sorry, I have to. This is as close as I've ever come to getting like quote-unquote political on my thing. I have such a thing against canvas bags, right? Don't get me wrong, I use them. I use reusable bags, I do, but it's the biggest lie they've told us plenty of big lies, but one of the biggest lies I've ever heard in my life is that they'll last 50 years, because no, they wear out in like 2 to 3 years, and they have to last 50 years to offset all of the things environmentally that they were replacing in the plastic bags. Like 50 years they have to last, and they just don't. They don't last that long, and it's ridiculous that they've somehow convinced us to pay for this thing that we used to get for free and used to literally be environmentally better for everyone. Anyway, sorry, rant done. I promise to like pull back into a happier place. I just sometimes have to let that one out. All right, I am decreasing. I am decreasing. I am shrinking. Pull up, Batty. Single crochet, decrease, single crochet. That's how I'm going to finish that row. Put another decrease there, and that'd be great. And so that means we start with a decrease. And this will get us down to 24 stitches, which will be lovely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Meaning that there are 19 stitches left. There, decrease. We have paper bags over here, but they cost like 80 cents, which isn't bad, and as long as you don't put anything heavy in them. Like, Mr. Bones and I walk to and from the grocery store. We're big walkers. So I do have like canvas bags. Actually, you know what? I use my Everybody Frogs bag for it, and it seems well up to the task. But yeah, you gotta get proper cloth bags. You actually have to like invest in them, because like the paper ones just can't handle it. Need to find some good narrators and some new audiobooks to crochet to. That is an ongoing quest for us all. Stayed up way too late last night reading. Book 7 of the same series I'm always talking about, so nothing new on that horizon. But the audiobook is due out real soon. I intend to listen to it again straight away, because it's just a different experience. But stayed up way too late reading, still didn't finish the book, and that drives me slightly nuts. I don't like not finishing a book in a single sitting, but it's just not practical anymore. And I gotta tell you, there's something about reading for hours, it hits different. I think I'm getting old, because like, I woke up this morning feeling like I'd run a marathon yesterday just from holding my e-reader in the same position for hours while I was reading, and yeah, my arms and legs hurt. So that was a fun discovery. Okay. I wish I had a squeaker. I think that'd be cute. Alright, I'm down to 24 stitches, which means that I'm now back to like nice, easy multiples. I guess the real question here is, does it slope gently or is it more of a round? I might have to go back to my reference images. Hold, please. Okay, so it's a little bit more long. So, okay, we'll do decreasing by 3 each round, tapering off into a tail. And if it starts getting too... Should I do that? Or I could like decrease aggressively and then cone. No, I think it's more of like a... So, yeah, we'll do 3 rounds of... Come on, you can math this. It's 24 divided by 3, which is 8, so it's 6 single crochet and a decrease. Then we'll do 3 rounds of 5 single crochet and a decrease, which will bring us down to 18, and we'll reassess then. Two, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yep. I think one of the most effective things we do in regard to plastic grocery bags here is that you're encouraged to then use it as a garbage bag afterwards. Yeah, well, that's what it always was here. Now we just have to buy garbage bags as well. But I would like to move on, I think. Just because living in negative spaces isn't a huge degree of fun. And, like, I think the best things you can really do is just like reduce and reuse as much as possible and not rely on other people to do the recycling, if that makes sense. But yeah. It was really weird recently. Like I'm feeling very lonely at the moment because, well, you might not be able to tell the difference super clearly, but I packed all the Pokemon away. And they're all in here. This is all the Pokemon. We've got Raiku's tail sticking out the top. Well, I mean, sorry, I lied. There's still a dozen or so sitting out on the table next to me here, but not many. Not as many as there were. They're all in here now. And, like, that's a lot of Pokemon. I still haven't quite resolved the storage. Not the storage, but, like, the display question. And given how fast we're getting through Gen 1 now, because, I mean, this is our 98th. That's not many to go. That's not. It's like... Oh, no, thank you. I thought it was cheese. I got excited.
I'll get cheese soon.
No, he's fine, Making a large plesiosaur. Well, I feel like Lapras is one of the ones that gets megapotted a lot already. It's kind of like Snorlax. I feel like if you really wanted a big one, you could already kind of find a big one. Where was the decrease in the previous row? It was second to last. That's just helping me line up my final stitch with landmarks. There we go. But yeah, I need to resolve the display thing because I think shelves will get them too dusty. I think a shadow box is an option, but it's going to take up a lot of room. I just think the saddest fate for them would be to end up in a box somewhere. How heavy is that? Oh, it's pretty heavy. It's like, don't get me wrong, I'm lifting it with one arm and I'm not exactly strong, but it is a very heavy bag. It's a body pillow bag. So if it helps you, it used to fit a body pillow that was 48 centimeters by 154 centimeters, and it is full. It is full to the brim, and yeah, I like those old like bedding bags because they're a breathable cloth bag, but they're still like nicely sealed away from the dust and everything. They do tend to decay over time a little bit though. So like whenever I buy new pillows or new sheets or whatever that come in those ones there, like Dunas, I swap out the oldest bag, or in this case, I just co-opt it. And it becomes the new storage bag. Curio cabinet? Maybe. You have a crochet bag and the yarn broke from overuse, not from the weight of the groceries. Fair. It's one of those things, the stuff still does wear out. Cabinet with a clear door to see them. Yeah, it would have to be a very like thin cabinet though, because there doesn't need to be like, if there's too much depth, I just feel like it's wasted space, or I feel like you have to stuff some of them behind others, and I think that that's mean. Like, what if they think we don't love them as much? I mean, just because we don't doesn't mean I want them to think that. Oh, sorry, I can try and do some like inches for you. Centimeter to inches. Alright, so 1 centimeter is 0.4 of an inch. So those dimensions were... I'm going to round, okay? It's 18.9 inches by 60.6 inches. Does that help you? Did that make sense? Did I type that wrong? Inches are weird. No, I said it right. China cabinet, maybe, but like a very thin china cabinet, like narrow. Maybe I'll just get like some IKEA doors with the glass in them and just like attach them to a thin set of shelves. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, didn't. 1, 2, 3. 9, 10, 11, 12. You gotta love it sometimes when your brain like misses the point. Like just then, it was very helpfully moving my finger from stitch to stitch and saying the numbers from 1 to 18, but it was not at all syncing the two activities up at all. Like, it's just like, we're counting, we're doing the thing. It's like, brain, don't abandon me here. I'm all alone. Oh, shelf stackers are an option, yeah. You had to use them all the time in retail. I don't really miss retail. Yeah, it's basically just something I have to resolve before I can do my... Yeah, I basically have until we finish making Gen 1 to resolve it. So like I have plenty of time still. It's just going to be an ongoing question, really. Because unfortunately, if I then put them all on display, it's going to become really obvious which ones I made early in the process and which ones I made later in the process. And this never-ending challenge will potentially become a never-ending challenge if I start remaking the ones we've already made. Okay, and we decrease. That should bring us down to 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And it does. Next down to 12, and I'm just tapering off into a little pointy tail. I want a little bit more definition between the body and the tail though, so what I might do for the next row, rather than evenly space the decreases, is load them all up on top, which will give us just like a little bit like a bloop and then a bloop. I did snap the eyes in, thanks Loot. Kind of looks like a snake that's swallowed an antelope recently. Just like tss, tss, tss. This is not related to anything, but if I gave you a few names for a tree related thing, would I be able to put up a poll? If not, that's okay though. Problem, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not right now. Typing's annoying. Feel free to like drop the names in chat though and let people like chant the number that they like the best. We haven't quite got the settings set back up so that Mr. Bones can do polls for us. And it just makes everything that little bit more annoying. Decrease, decrease. Yeah, I'm going to put the decreases on top. So 1 and 2. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 7 and 8. Can I count? Something's gone wrong there. 8 plus 3 is not 12.
No, it is not.
No, but and 8 plus 6 is 14. I don't think I can count.
Yes, 8 plus 6 is 14.
What's gone wrong here? I've done 2 decreases, which is 4 stitches. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I've done 9 stitches. That makes way more sense. Hello, my love.
That explains why I'm here. If this problem persists, please see an administrator. Back when I was working at Glass Place, I made a big shoe cabinet for people to have shoes in.
Ooh, fancy shoes.
But point being, I can make cabinets out of glass panes, specifically tempered glass, and so like I could build you one of those things that people put the stuff in, so people can see the things.
Well, my other thought is that we get like a big polyurethane or glass tube, and I just fill the tube.
Oh yeah.
Because like tubes would take up less horizontal space, but they take up some vertical space, and then there's like a bunch of little faces in a tube.
I do like plastic tubes, right? But like get a really long piece of dowel, and then like put holes through pieces of perspex or something, and then just like stack those up going onto it.
Oh,
then,
to like help space everything out.
You know in Jurassic Park when he's taking out the things, it's like out of the freezer with all the yeah, it'd be like that, but with Pokemon. So like you just lock that in, and then like
the stream has now become an auditory experience.
Tube gets attached to the wall. Perfect.
Yeah.
And then we just like
because then like each gen can have its own tube, and I don't feel like they take up a lot of space. That said, they become less of a I don't know. Feel how heavy this bag is.
Yes, it is heavy.
It was not on camera. I was just saying, look how heavy the bag is. Is heavy. Is bag. Yeah. I'm making a Lapras tail. Cool. So I'm just going to keep narrowing off into a little point now. We're nearly done with the body piece. Yay! Go team. We're done.
Are number 1.
We are number 1. For anybody who likes the plastic tube idea and doesn't have quite as intensive storage needs as I do, I think Kmart is actually selling a version of it at the moment as actual toy storage, but I don't intend to get mine from Kmart. I intend to do it a little bit more heavy duty. A tube with a secondary tube, so you're only filling in a ring and you can still see everyone and no one is lost in the middle. Yeah, I like that, Taryn. And also Mr. Bones' idea of putting like levels inside will stop the ones at the bottom getting completely crushed by the weight and gravity of time and their choices. So that'd be good. Oh, happy time zone, Mark. Welcome. What am I doing? I'm going from 12 down to 9. Should be easy. Should be easy. We've got this under control. Let's go from 12 down to 9. All you do is decrease and then 2 single crochet. Yeah. Again, sometimes I start sentences just to see if my brain will fill in the gaps for me by the time I have to say them. Just like peer pressure. It's peer pressure math. Decrease. It's like I know the answer, so why will I not just speak the answer? Pokedex blanket. Also no came out at this end of the world any longer. Oh, I mean, it's probably like a Target, Big W, whatever your... I don't know what outside Australian equivalents are for those sorts of things, I'm sorry. But like, you know what I mean? Like it is a product that exists on shelves, and so if you were after a less intense version of it, you could probably pick one up for a couple of bucks. It's like a soft plastic piece that you just like fold around and set into a stand, and then you can fill it up with your kids' toys. But yeah, or go to Bunnings, get some tube. What if I sewed all the Pokemon into a giant abomination blanket thing? I would not want to put this much work into something just to sew it all together. I think that does... Yeah, I just don't think that's good.
That was a tone shift. I was trying to be funny.
Oh. Sorry. I don't know why I took it so intensely. It's just the idea made me really sad all of a sudden. Just like the idea of building all of these little individuals and filling them with such personality and then just like stitching them together into a blanket that is not only not functional but not on display either. Awful. Walmart, oh my goodness, why can I not pick up this loop? There we go. Walmart, Target, Big Lots, or Amazon. Oh, okay. It's funny because like Amazon is such a like distinctly online thing. I consider it like a separate thing, but I guess you're right. It is kind of the same. Right, I think we're done here. They've only got a stubby little tail, but I think that's okay. I think you'll forgive me for that. If you want your Lapras to have a slightly longer tail, just do a row of 6 single crochet at the end. It'll give it a slightly more tail. Pokemon is a pom-pom on a hat. There's been a couple that I've been tempted to turn into hair ornaments. And honestly, Joltik, there's a pretty good chance that he's going to become like a bun companion. I don't have any real little ones. Oh yeah, I do. Like, the urge to stick a Pidgey in my hair is sometimes low, but never zero. Like, I have one bobby pin there. If I had another bobby pin here, this might be happening right now. Consequences be danged. People always said my hair was a bird's nest. Oh, thank you. Okay, well hopefully we get the rest of you in editing, friend. Like, you're doing your best, but it's like no one ever was. We need flippers. Let's do some flippers. You guys have too much faith in the structure of my bun. The middle of it would not be able to cope. There's a chance it would all just explode everywhere. Could use narrow shelves and put them into transparent acrylic small square gift boxes so you could stack them like a puzzle box, but also just take one out when you want. That's true. The best hair clip in all the land. Magnets would be good. Could make hair clips with interchangeable crochet on. That's fun. Zoom in. How do you like my zoom feature? Wait, maybe I can do this. Sorry, there was potentially a technological solution at my disposal. It just didn't occur to me at the time. Don't know how I'm going to get this back into the shape and size it was meant to be, but not the hair. I don't care about the hair. It's the screen I'm worried about. I've distorted it like crazy. All right, hold please. Well, that's not going to work. I need it on to be able to see it. I can't see the little adjustment handles anymore.
Control Z.
Oh, Control Z? Hi, pumpkin plushness. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And 6, we're making some flippers. Flippers.
Speaking of discovering mystery features.
I can't believe it didn't occur to me to hit undo. Tater Tot is enjoying themselves. Absolutely. If I had more bobby pins and a bigger head, the whole family could fit up there, but honestly, Spudget is probably a little big. Tater Tot's about the right size. A bird once tried to steal your spouse's hair from their head while they were in a tree. Yeah, I've had that happen. That said, I shed like an absolute yeti, so there's often more than enough of my hair to go around for all of the native wildlife to do whatever they want with it. Potatoes have many uses. Who's to say that accessories can't be one of them? They actually match my little earrings. I've got little kookaburras. Oh no, yeah, they're kookaburras. Little kookaburra earrings on today. Hold on, let me pop one out so you can see. So I have one little flappy burb that is under no circumstances going to focus well enough for you to see. Please, sir, please focus on the bird. Not the hand, the bird, sir. There we go. You can kind of see it there. And the other one has its little wings tucked down. So, I'm making a flipper, and this should go relatively quickly from here, so you guys might want to start arguing about the name list, because it's gotten huge. 2, 3, 12. Okay, I'm 12 stitches around. I think that's about a good size for the main meat and potatoes of the flippers. But let's just try something here. Just give them a little bit more shape. Nessie the messy milkshake. Mr. Bones, would you mind giving us a full list?
A what list?
Oh, just what any of the names that are currently in contention, and we can start like peeling them off.
Yeah, like there's only 6 names, it's fine.
Okay, well we need to get it down to 4, that's all. I was just curious if what they were. You hate how different colours of the same yarn can be different sizes? Yeah, like, black yarn in particular just always seems to be so much thinner than any other kind of yarn. I don't know what that's about. Nessie! Alright, so the current name list is Nessie, Boat, Lapis Lazuli, Lapis Lazuli, Leia, Businessy, Tapioca. You're thinking of dropping Nessie and Leia? I'm happy to drop Nessie. I don't know if there's any love for Leia in the comment section. I think Float was a really popular one as well. So maybe we'll swap Nessie for Float. As I grew up near Loch Ness, I can only see Nessie as the monster outside the museum. Yeah, Nessie and Businessy do have overlap, exactly. Your creams and whites are thinner for you. That's interesting. Alright, so this is obviously only half of one flipper, but that's the size they will be. And then I'll make another one in blue. Stop adding, I just got it down to 4. Like, I still have to make the back of the shell. This is just the preliminary thing before we set up the actual vote. Oh, it was flow that was being recommended, not float. Sorry, my bad. I apologise. It was meant to be float.
Avoid Discord.
Okay. Lapras was the sprite used when you used Surf in the first games? Yeah. These days they'd call that a glitch or a bug, whereas like back then it was just like, hey, cool, look at us on a swimming Pokemon. And for some people it was the only time they got to see Lapras as well. Not the most convenient Pokemon to locate. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. You want it to be Lapras Lazuli. Okay, so then this is the other half of the flipper, and I'm not going to crochet them together, I'm going to sew them together because I'll get like a finer, thinner edge to it. With ears, sometimes you want that extra like rim around, but like for these, not so much. I didn't actually write the pattern down correctly, and that's bad, CK. Bad. It's 3 increases and then it's a decrease, chain 2 decrease, ISS, and then 2 increases. Because I didn't write it down correctly, I also then didn't stitch it correctly. So, yeah, bad. Yeah, I have a complicated relationship with the name Flo, but also I'm not the only vote that matters here. Sorry, I just realised I sat here in silence while stitching and then glanced up and I've just not been reading chat at all. Sorry guys. I feel like I'm letting down the team a little bit today. Hey, CK and chat just joined. Who are we making? Shrimp Slug Crochet, we are making Lapras. We're just making some fins and we're negotiating names at the moment, if I'm honest. We've got a list of a few too many, but people are aggressively defending their favourites, which is good. So it means that we are likely to come to a better name in the end. Sketch Wolf. So something just like, I don't know what. Just the idea of just being like, I want to see when Nessie looks most naked. It's like there was something just like somehow wholesome about that statement because you're like, you're correct. But stop that. Henriette, you've only missed Lapras so far. The theme today is I blended some Pokemon. Basically, I blended them up, and by that I just mean I took all of their colours and I mixed them together to make it a little harder to guess what Pokemon we're making. Well, some of them are harder, some of them are really obvious still. So yeah, that's what you've missed so far. Mr. Bones?
It's fine, everything's fine.
I'm hearing the sound of all of the alfoil. Yeah, is it all over the floor? Excuse me for 1 second.
This is the most noisy material, I'm so sorry. We'll stay there and stay quiet and I'll deal with you later.
Are you talking to me?
No, the material.
Ah. Do I prefer Thorn or Beetle as a tree dragon name? Ooh. Is it a big dragon or a little dragon? Big dragon, I like the name Thorn. Smallish dragon, I prefer the name Beetle. Must have produced some interesting colour choices. Actually, Henrietta kind of produced 5 different shades of beige. Which, of course, has the boring colour brigade all stirred up. But that's okay. They managed to pick Lapras out of the lineup, which I'm impressed by. We did have to do 2 votes, though, because we ended up with a 2-way tie. Panic? Full-blown panic. You'll still need the underbelly and lower jaw too? Absolutely it will. We're not going to abandon our Lapras unfinished. But I also just may not make every single fin on stream. We'll see. We'll see how long they take. Like, they are whipping up pretty quick. But given that I have to make 8 of them, that kind of adds up. So maybe we'll just make 2 and I'll do the rest of them off stream. Like, it's just like with the sewing. You guys don't want to watch me stab something with a needle 1,000 times? Not really. Like, it's fine for a little bit, but then after the first hour, you're kind of done with it. Like, Nidoqueen took like 4 hours to assemble. Like, we were not having the best time with Nidoqueen. But maybe I'll just make like the blue flippers so we get the idea. Have I ever tried an inverted colour challenge with yarn? I haven't. It sounds fun though. So, would I try to make something with like the inverted yarn colours and then digitally invert them back the other way? Flow is also short for flotilla. 3, 4, 5, 6. Did you guys hear about the beavers? I'm very impressed with the beavers. So, Mr. Bones will have to remind me specifically where this story took place, because I want to say Croatia, but I'm second guessing myself. We're based Czechoslovakia.
Temporary shell says she's not naked.
Oh, okay, thank you. I got an eyelash or a hair or something in my eyeball.
Give me a look.
No, I'm fine. I'm just also gotta take the glasses off so I can go.
I felt to help you, but I can't.
Yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do? Fish around in my eyeball? No. It's a little modesty screen for the Lapras. Bouncy, snarky, and intelligent. Okay, I have to double beetle then. Oh, ouch. Alright, I think I got it for now. But I might have to take a break in a second and try and deal with that. Put some eye drops in or something. Yeah, the beavers! The beavers in Czechoslovakia. They're wonderful. So, like, for a while, they've been trying to get, like, the permits and the funding in place to install some dams, right? It was going to cost them a couple of $1 million. And they were dams for environmental reasons. It was basically to help trap water in certain areas to help the plant growth and the animal life and all that. It was a good thing. It wasn't just like an industrialization type of dam, which, you know, they serve their purposes, but I digress. And they'd just gotten the approvals through after like years of working on it. And the beavers had got there first. The beavers got there first and built the dams in pretty much the exact place they were planning on building their dams. And the beavers saved their government and country like a couple of $1 million. So yeah, I thought the beavers were great. I like the beavers a lot. I see, I did it again. I keep forgetting to put the point in. The shell renders her resistant to psychic damage. Yeah, no, it's so wonderful. And yeah, and the dam was better than the planned human-made dam. Exactly. Like, it was basically in the same location, but they say that they did a better job and thought about more things and just basically did a better job. But then, like, beavers they're on these things when it comes to dam building. Like, if you play the sound of running water through a speaker, it activates that part of a beaver's brain and it'll start trying to build a dam around the speaker. Yeah, because like Mr. Bones told me about that one there, and then I also encountered it on TikTok. There's like I'm going to tell you, I'll be honest here, I don't really pay attention to account names on TikTok. I would shout them out if I knew the name. But there's somebody who does like good news stories on TikTok. There's probably a few of them now, but there's this one particular girl who does good news stories on TikTok. And yeah, I then later heard it from her again. So I got to hear that one twice. Oh. People keep changing their mind. What do you do? Well, that means that you need to take the reins of your own creation and you need to search within yourself and look at your character and be like, if I called their name, which one would they answer to? So like if you're getting like mixed results when trying to crowdsource information, you just kind of have to take the reins and name it yourself. I'm real sorry.
The other one is flip a coin and see if you're disappointed or not.
Yeah, that's true. Flip a coin, see if you're disappointed in the answer.
I saw you struggling a little bit with the shell. One thing I just want to remind you, you can stick a pin through the shell and it will stick to Lapras because like it's just aluminium foil.
I don't like to damage your creations.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's sharpening your needles.
Okay, level with me though. How much foil is all over the house right now?
There's about 4 feet on my table.
Oh no!
But it was on the floor and I was like, do I put it back into the roll? No, that's going to be extremely loud. It's like, what do I do?
Also, I don't remember
I'll just pick it up off the floor so it's no longer a hazard. And it's just screaming the whole way to the table. It's just, could you be any
Also, I just think it's really funny that I don't remember the last time we used foil for anything kitchen related.
Yeah.
We use it for crafts.
Yeah, it's fun.
The good news girl. There we go. So there we go. We have I don't know if it's the exact person, but we have a recommendation for the good news girl. I'm guessing it's the same person though. It's one of those things like like on YouTube, I pay a little bit more attention to the channels I'm watching. On TikTok and on Shorts, it's just they don't sink in. I'm already just like, thank you, next. The good news girl. Okay, yeah, we've had it verified a couple of times now. I think it's the good news girl. Thank you guys for letting me know. Oh, Viola? No. Mr. Bones. Somebody made a comment about liking when Nessie was at their most naked, and so Mr. Bones made a little bit of a modesty cover for her. Go. Also, if I ever found a metallic yarn that worked this effectively, it'd be on. Right, so I won't do I will be doing undersides for all the flippers, but I feel like that I won't do them on stream so that we can move on. So I need to do the underside of like the belly, up the neck, and under the jaw. So the jaw is the bit that I'm worried about because like I'm probably gonna just tilt your head back, you quizzical dinosaur. Yeah, I'm a little worried about getting the shape of the underjaw correct here. The body piece is gonna be easy. Like that's just a big old round piece. Or I could do a flat piece and narrow it down a little bit. So I think the shape we're going for here. And then like neep, neep, is that. And I'm gonna excuse me. And it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stitches across, maybe 10, maybe 11. I'm going to do 11 stitches across at the widest point and 3 stitches across for the neck. And then I'm going to do the underside of the jaw as a separate piece because I want to make sure that I curve it up the sides correctly. And then we'll do like a little like bill. Crocheting with the aluminium foil. Oh, the sound alone. Don't get me wrong, I understand that suffering is content, but I don't know if I hate myself enough to try and crochet with aluminium foil. Aluminum foil. Wait, are you guys aluminium people or are you aluminum people? For the record, no wrong answers because there is plenty of conversation on both sides of that fence as to which one is correct. However, I'm just curious. It's always interesting to find out where the lines are. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm starting at the narrow end of the neck. I think it'll be easier. I could have just done the belly pieces like round and then branched off to make the long bit of the neck. But I'd rather have the rows all go the same direction. I can be a little bit funny about that. You're American, so noom? Aussie, aluminium. Aluminum. Adamantium. Nope, that's something else. Depends on how I feel. You know what? RM McFrew. I kind of feel that one. It's like if I'm trying to annoy people, sometimes I'll say yogurt. Just to see if they're going to be triggered by that. Aluminium. Aluminium. Norwegian. Ooh, not all. Oh, aluminium. Aluminium. Sorry, Twyra, I had a hard time with that one there. I'm an aluminium. This is so ridiculous.
Okay, I'm just going to settle this so we can move on. I say aluminium.
Yes.
However, I wish I said aluminum.
Because the original
inventor called it aluminum, but a bunch of poncy British people were like, no, we shan't call it that, it's too fancy.
My ancestors resent being called poncy British people. Alfoil. You want me to say yogurt again? Look, I know that it's yogurt, okay? But yogurt just sounds fancier. Yogurt. Yeah, it's yogurt. Grab yourself a petite miam. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just went ultra Australian on us then. I don't know how to even count these rows. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Cool. Looks like they all talk like differently and stuff. Crikey.
Crikey. Your British boyfriend has the audacity to claim aluminium has that extra syllable, yet he doesn't even pronounce the letter R. Oh yeah, no, tinfoil is absolutely the easier thing to say. Okay, neck. So now I'm going to put increases on either side of this to help it curve outwards. Nothing rocket science-y here. Recently saw a post online saying it'd be mean to ask an Australian to pronounce Nosferatu. Oh, that's because of the, I saw a Nosferatu. But no, we can say Nosferatu. At least over here we can. Don't ask a Queenslander. No offense to anyone in Queensland. Sorry. I tend to pick on that accent a little bit just because it's a little bit nasal, that's all. Thank you for pronouncing yogurt correctly.
Lots of offense intended to people in Queensland.
No, Queensland's our buddies. They're just far away. Tinfoil and aluminum foil are different things, hypothetically, but we use the name for the same thing. Offense taken. Oh, I'm sorry, Elodie. Elodie? Elodie. Sorry, Tani. If it helps, everybody thinks that I'm from New Zealand. I'm not. I've just got that Perth accent. Well, actually, I've got a rural, grew up feral in the trees accent, but this is what happens when you learn your accent from television. Result from your new beaver pattern posted on Discord. Still got to type it out, but will be available. So, oh, that's cool, Henriette. It's kind of true about Queenslanders originally from Queensland. I was just like, sorry, it's more of a commentary on how accents form because we all speak with like different parts of our mouth in different parts of even something like Australia. But then like, I feel like it's not groundbreaking to think about because Australia is as big as the United States of America, right? Right? I'm pretty sure that WA alone is bigger than Texas. So yeah, it's just like you guys have dramatically different accents from Minnesotan down to Texas. So yeah, and East Coast and West Coast is also different as well. It's just like it's just an acknowledgement of the differences there. Things just because it's different doesn't mean it's bad. Elodie, I hope you're joking, because I think that's what /s means, but please, you're making me feel real bad about it. You also grew up rural and feral? Yeah. Happens to the best of us. Mr. Bones, please don't start an Australian war right now. I can't take it. What about ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang? Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang. Who called the witch doctor? Oh, you mean it's not pecan? It's pecan? I know that /s means sarcasm, but, you know, sarcasm can sometimes hide a seed of truth, and I don't want anyone to actually feel bad. I'll clean up my Queensland jokes. Sorry. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Peony is another American one. They can't say, yeah, I'll admit that, like, my default, it makes me want to go peony, but it's not, it's peony. You always thought as a person with an American accent that British and Australian accent sounds super sophisticated and fancy. As an Australian, how do you think American accent sounds? Honestly, American kind of just sounds like a default to me because so much of the media I consume is made in America. And I'd say that's pretty standard for a lot of people. But yeah, I don't know if we sound fancy. It's like you haven't really heard, like, honestly, it's kind of like, okay, so Scottish. When you get a Scottish person a little bit drunk and a little bit riled up, like, that is a thing of beauty to behold, okay? It is incredible, the strings of sound that that Scottish people are able to produce. The source of the word serious. Kangaroos are... Yeah, kangaroos are not your friends. Okay, we're going one size bigger. How different does the colour of my yarn look on camera versus in real life? It's pretty accurate on this cam. Like what you're seeing in the background, that's pretty accurate. It's like I get that this looks quite grey on that screen, but it's a little bit more blue on this screen. The aqua is the one that cameras aren't quite able to capture. See, like, that's not right. That's closer to being right, but it's also not right. What's wrong? Oh, you're curious.
Comparing colours.
Yeah. So, like, some colours are just not capturable with my lighting abilities.
Actually, very close.
It's close, yeah. Like, some of them are better than others, but, like, it's particularly the blue-greens that they struggle with, which is why I think they stopped selling so many of them. What's the easiest way to... I don't play the horses by Darryl Braithwaite, yeah. Asking a Scot to say burglary is hysterical, is it? Oh, it's straight up poetry, Flushed Phoenix. Like, all right, and then I think I'll do 2 rows of single crochet, and then we'll go out another time, and then we're nearly at our maximum width. Ruse's exotic pets. Oh, okay. Well, don't get me wrong. Like, raising a Joey, particularly an orphaned one, is like not the weirdest thing to encounter, but like in general, this is just like a general warning to anybody ever visiting Australia. Don't approach a wild kangaroo. They're not nice. They might look kind of cute, but they are not nice. It's kind of like moose. I don't think people realize how aggressive moose can be. Is it because Scots roll their R's? It's kind of that, but it's also kind of like, you know that they are... Okay, well, in the examples I'm thinking of, like, I understand this isn't everybody all the time, but like in the examples I'm thinking of, you know that they are speaking English because you're catching every so often a bundle of syllables that sounds adjacent to something you should understand. So you know that there is meaning there, but there is just absolutely no way you're ever going to get the meaning out of what they're saying either. No matter how hard you try. And asking for clarification will take you down paths never trod by humans. Like, it's just, I admire it greatly. I think it's a wonderful thing. What about dingoes? Nope. Those are not puppies. We also have wild dog issues here. And our feral cat population is pretty huge too. I'm not talking about like in terms of numbers, I'm talking about the size those things can get. It's like the Canadian goose. All you Canadians know the terror of the moose. Also, don't rescue a kangaroo in water. They are not drowning, they are hunting. Oh yeah, they can swim. Went on a trip to Uluru and the amount of dead kangaroos on the side of the road gave you trauma. Yeah, that's a thing. Like, we have a lot of wildlife and we have a lot of long empty stretches of road. You put those two things together and you can eat pretty cheaply if you're determined. What's the nicest common Australian animal? Oh, well, we've got a lot of lovely little marsupial mice, which are very, very cute. Things like numbats are very sweet as well. I'm quite partial to a bushy-tailed possum, though I understand that possums in general are quite contentious because they are feral in some areas. I also really love our native birds. I'm a big fan of like wattlebirds, the willy wagtails,
crows,
wrens, crows.
And crows will bring you nice things.
Crows will bring you presents. They will. So yeah, I'm also a big fan of like red-tailed black cockatoos specifically. I grew up near a big flock of them. I believe that they were endangered. I'm not sure if that's still... They might just be like a protected species, but anyway. Grew up near a big flock of them, and goodness, the noise they make is huge. But getting up close with one of those things, they look like dinosaurs. Like, they are so cool. Cassowary, those are battle birds and should not be interfered with. They are not nice. Alright, and I think I now decrease back down. Now that we have done the thing. Decrease 7. Decrease. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to scribble down some notes. I'll be right back with the animal conversation in just a minute. Crochet, decrease. Crochet, decrease. And decrease. Single crochet, decrease. So this goes up to there, like that. Okay. So we're just decreasing down to the tail now. They do mean the dinosaur birds from hell, yeah. Aussie magpies have opinions. Certain flocks will learn friendly humans, but honestly, once the Twitter-patedness gets them, there's not a lot you can do. Like, there's a reason you wear ice cream containers on your head sometimes. Don't forget the drop bears. Oh no, but we were talking about the nice ones. Possums or opossums are different things, yeah, but but I'm talking bushy-tailed possums, which are basically just like fluffy-tailed cats that live in trees, but they're not feline, but they're just kind of, that's the vibe they give. Ringtail possums are real cute little ones. Sugar gliders, real sweet. You'd love to see CK's quokka. Why does that sound so upsetting? CK doesn't have a quokka. Also, I'm sorry, like, don't get me wrong, the quokkas are very friendly and very sweet, and it's really awful to go to Rottnest, which is the only place that they live, though they have recently appeared on the mainland. That's a whole other thing. But, like, it's actually really upsetting to go to Rottnest where the quokkas are and see how... And I'm using tourists not to mean people internationally visiting, I'm meaning anybody on that island, to see how people treat the quokkas. Because, like, 95% of people are fine, but then there are just... It's actually really horrible to see people, like, forcing these little guys into photos. It's... Quokkas hitting the internet is the worst thing that ever happened to them. What about the lizards and the saltwater crocs? Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I grew up around, goannas, blue-tongue lizards. Had to move a couple of those out the way of the dog more than once. It's like, they have the will of, like, the dinosaur ancestors flowing in their veins, and they think they can take on the local kelpie, and they just can't. That's just, like, it's not going to happen, mate. We've got a big racehorse goanna, actually, that lives in the woodpile down at my folks' place. And, what's its name? I think it's Gerald. It got inside the other day and freaked my poor Nana out. Like, it was just, sorry, I realise I'm just saying a string of very Australian feeling sentences, but like, yeah, it got inside the other day, raced down the hallway, living up to its name a bit, I guess, and just had a lot of opinions in general. Alright, I maybe tape it off slightly too soon, but I'm just going to keep trying to make it work. Yeah, am I all caught on? Your ear, alright. Let me go. There you go. Oh, hi Grim Squirrel. You haven't missed much. We're still on our first Pokemon. 2.5 hours in. We're getting close to the finish though. Okay, where are my snippers at? What's the weirdest thing I had on the farm as a kid? Like the weirdest animal? Depends on your metric for weird. Like, we had like a hand-reared emu at one point, which wasn't weird for us because there were flocks of wild emus living in the forestry, but was hypothetically weird for most people. We had dogs, chickens, horses on and off. Like, it depends. Like, different animals at different times. I think there was a pet sheep at one point. And just like, when I say I grew up like rural, I mean like literally we grew up in a massive stand of Australian bush. So like there was just always a lot of like native wildlife around. You were laughing at Puppy Mint Mocha's wombats are like a cross between a dog and a cinder block. That is actually a really accurate description. It's a dog and a cinder block that wants to chew your wires. It was rural at the time. Like, now I think it counts as just, like, out of town. Okay. So we have neck, we have base. I will make the underside of the rest of the flippers later. We really need to do the face. So I'm going to start, I'm going to form words that'll make sense to people, and then I'll communicate effectively the thing I'm trying to say. I think I'm going to try and just make like a triangle piece, like a longish, and then I'll make like a lip that goes over the top, similar to what I did with Nidoqueen, where that's basically just like, it's just a chain piece. Honestly, her mouth opens. It's just I didn't sew it down correctly. But that's a secret. You didn't need to tell them that. No one needed to know that fact. So the weirdest animal to tell another Australian about would be the emu? No, I don't think any of them are particularly weird. It's just like, you know, I was the one who grew up around an emu. My class at school, none of them had emus. So I guess, maybe. Growing up, your brother wanted a dog, your mum didn't, so she got him a goat. How is that a mid-ground between dog and no dog? Like, at what point is the halfway point between no dog and dog a goat? Wombats look more like... Wombats look more rodent like capybaras? I don't know if I agree with that. They're very much like... When we say like dog crossed with cinderblock, I'm picturing like the world's fattest corgi with the world's biggest attitude problem mixed with a cinderblock. Hi.
They're like if capybaras were humans and then you had like the dwarf version. It's like the chunky.
Yeah, you know what, okay.
Hmm.
The goat was a terrible idea. Goats are absolutely worse. But like, Worse as in like higher maintenance, not worse as in less personality. And it's the excess of personality is the issue here. It's just like if you thought like a dog was going to be like too intrusive on your time or make too much mess or anything, goats are going to amplify anything that is dog-like and go further with it. For the jaw, I'm going to do ring 6, and then I'm just going to do 3 little repeats of a single crochet and increase 3 to make my triangle, and then we're just going to try it on for size. Actually, you know what? I probably won't even do that. I've already changed my mind. I'll do a single crochet and increase. Single crochet, increase, single crochet, increase 3 like that. We'll do that way instead. You guys don't know what it was I just scribbled down, but it makes sense to me. So we're going to give that a go. See if that fits all right. Have you ever heard Arwen the Kelpie dog stories? Is that the dog with like the 9-foot vertical leap? Oh no, wait, that's just all Kelpies. I might have. I've read a lot of Kelpie stories online. I don't know if I've heard the specific ones. One time you walked the goat on a leash around the school and it pooped the entire time. The next day everyone was confused about the goat poop around the school. Yeah. That sounds about right. That story tracks. One of your goats for some reason had a fascination with digging through your shirt to try to... Oh, okay. Okay, so if we put... Oh, little face. The cutie little face. All right, and now that we've done that successfully, I'm going to turn. Controversial move. We're going to turn. And I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm just going to do 10 single crochet back, even though there's 11 stitches around. Sorry. Do I live in a city now? I do. I live in Perth, Western Australia. I have lived here. I moved up here to go to uni. And then I've had a series of jobs. And now I do YouTube. Didn't see that one coming. And I am hoping to move out of the city in the next couple of years. Real estate's really expensive though. So we're just rental crisis and all that jazz. Like, we're hopeful. We're hopeful. We're in a good position right now, but we're hoping to move out of the city. Yeah. Tree kangaroo. I'm not sure that's an Australian thing. Is that an Indian thing? Like because there's like the rainbow tree kangaroos that are they're really pretty. Or maybe I think I'm crossing 2 animals in my head. Yeah, I'm almost definitely crossing 2 animals in my head. We had a goose named George. She was convinced she was a sheep. Yeah, our emu, Nelson, had a confusing relationship with buckets. More than once. Like, I'm talking about like the big, if you picture like kind of like paint buckets. They weren't used for paint, but like they were around because it was a farm environment. And Nelson had learned that there was food occasionally in these buckets. And so Nelson used to reach his head into every bucket he could find. Now, the problem with these buckets is they had a metal handle around them. And often the metal handle was left like up like this. Because like you'd be carrying a bucket and you'd put the bucket down. The handle wouldn't fall one way or the other. It would just sort of stay upright. And so you get an emu come along and just be like, aha, I see a bucket. And stick his head down inside. Enjoy my drawings of emus. And then the handle would get bumped by that and fall this way. So guess what happens then? You end up with an emu who's very distressed with a bucket stuck around its neck. And every time it moves, the bucket moves too and whacks it in the chest, making the emu more upset. And guys, those suckers can run. So yeah, that happened more than once. I think that the American opossum has way more personality, but it's also way more likely to carry rabies. Or is that just like a bad PR campaign? I think they're cute, but then like I think a lot of the trash animals, like literally the ones that rummage through the trash, are perfect. They are perfect and should never change. You have a not quite domesticated goose. Tornado Kate, what you've just done is describe all geese. Hydrate or dihydrate. All right, thank you. Sorry, AMMW, I've clearly upset you. Yeah, poor Nelson. That's all right. He ran off and got a girlfriend. He's fine now. It was a successful release. Opossums are immune to rabies. I apologize. That's what I said. As soon as I said, I was just like, hang on. I think that's just a bad PR campaign. Yeah. Tree kangaroos are in far north Queensland. They're not rainbow, but still very cute. Okay, yeah. So I'm thinking of like there's like these mega giant. Hang on. I need to Google this so I stop spreading false information. Rainbow squirrels. Yeah. Indian giant squirrels. Totally a thing. That's what I thought. They are literally brightly rainbow coloured. They are 3 feet or 1 metre long. So when we say giant, we mean big old squirrels. Would you crochet Australian animals? Well, Laura, I did a series back in a couple of years ago for my 12 days of crochet. I did 12 Australian animals back to back. And since then I've done like the occasional Australian animal. I did the bilby last year as my Easter creation. So yeah, there's absolutely Australian animals in the mix. I've got a little bit of yarn up my nose, I'm so sorry. See, I'm obviously a big fan of the opossum because, like, the screaming opossum is my darling. No, I don't think you need much of a beak. I think we'll just do a basic chain. 4, 5, 6. I've been doing this a lot recently, these little chains as blending pieces rather than making full-size pieces. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. It puts a lot more pressure on the assembly part, but so it's not something I think I'll do for like official patterns. Ow! Oh, paid a blood price then, or didn't I? Ouch. We're good. But yeah, it certainly gets the job done if I'm not super worried about other people being able to reproduce the exact thing. Let's chain 12. The Easter bilby lives rent-free in your head. You didn't... Yeah, a lot of people were surprised about the concept of an Easter bilby, but it's definitely a thing over here. It's more the goose duck has decided that it lives here now because there is food and it's fairly warm. It tolerates us because we bring the food and keep the pig away. It hates the pig.
Don't reach out. Have you seen Over the Hedge?
I think so. I think I own Over the Hedge.
Okay, never mind. You can reach out. I was going to put it on the list.
Oh, I mean, put it on the list. It's been a while. Is that the one with the guy who likes coffee and gets all like...
No, that's a different one. Over the Hedge is William Shatner as an opossum.
Have you seen rainbow squirrels before? I've got a picture of them on my screen. This is what they look like. Like that's not enhanced. That's what they look like.
No, that's wrong.
They're brightly coloured. They've got stripes. Yeah.
No, that's what happens when a squirrel accidentally goes to Burning Man.
They're blue and purple with yellow spots, and they're adorable. Okay, so we've gone from opossums spread rabies to they're immune to rabies back to they're not really immune, but they're just kind of resistant. So Over the Hedge has the hyper squirrel. That's the one I'm talking about. What's the one you're talking about?
Over the Hedge doesn't have the squirrel. No, you're thinking of the squirrel that goes extremely fast, right?
Maybe.
And then they give him coffee and he just races across the land and
No, that's Hoodwinked.
Yeah. I assume you were thinking of Hoodwinked.
No, I've definitely seen Over the Hedge. They're different movies in my brain. It's okay. Just I've cross-pollinated the event.
Whenever I hear the squirrel, I think of the squirrel who's talking extremely fast and they slow him down. It's like, hello, chaps.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm probably referencing the Hoodwinked plotline, but I've definitely seen Over the Hedge once a long time ago. It can stay on the list. It's like fundamentally nothing has changed over the course of this conversation.
You have seen William Shatner play an opossum?
Apparently, I just didn't know it at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'm happy to have it shown to me. You haven't seen Moana, so I'm just saying. You just looked up the rainbow squirrel and it's so cute. It's so cute, right? Like, there's just a big squish. And look at that giant feather boa of a tail. Anyway, so we are nearly done here. Are we done here? No, we need a shell. I keep getting tricked by the presence of the foil shell. It's an effective foil, haha. So we need to break out the grey. Look at me winning, yarn chicken. Who saw that coming? Not me. Not me. I'm gonna just split off part of my page. My notes have gotten extremely chaotic. Ready? Nobody steal. Look. Shell. My notes get a little bit freeform. I'm incapable of working in neat columns. So for the shell, I basically need to create this exact piece. Mr. Bones has done the spacing really nicely for me. Let me flatten this out. Let me fix it so that Mr. Bones doesn't feel like his gifts are unappreciated. So yeah, I'm just going to create a big old round piece, and then we need to work out where these spiky spacings go. So we have one like here. In fact, it looks like we have like a row of... Oh, that's tricky. It's like 3, 1, and then that might be as many as 5. Based on the sprite. You have been foiled. Foiled again! Yeah, tree kangaroos don't look like kangaroos at all. I think I've seen those at Perth Zoo, and it's honestly one of my favourite sections of the whole area. It's just like chilling out on that little boardwalk with them. Yeah, so I was going to approach this in circles, but the more I look at it, the more I think it makes more sense to do it in lines. Just the way the spikes line up, I think it'll be a lot easier to manage that way. So let's just see how we go. I am going to leave room to stitch around the edge though, just because it does clearly have like a rim to the shell, and the easiest way to do that is to make a flat piece and then stitch around the edge. The fact that it's curved may or may not be an issue. We'll find out together. Haha. We're going to chain a bunch, and then we're going to turn, and then we're going to work a bunch of stitches. That's just how this works. It's just, I mean, like, this is just a shell. Hi, Rena. Thanks for popping in to say hello.
Ignore me. I'm not here.
I can't ignore you. Can't. It's impossible. You're too handsome. Look at you being all cute. What do you need?
I was seeing if there's a way which I could prevent so much feedback from going through your mic. Because whenever you like ka-thunk on the table, it goes blah, 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 blah.
Oh.
Which is fine,
No.
But it's only when you're like serious about it and like you go ka-thunk, then it goes
Well, I have another one of these boom mounts.
I suspect it might be coming up through the cable, so I might do
Yeah.
a thing with the cable.
I have another boom mount. I can literally mount it with the cable managed out of the way, but I just can't do it today.
Yes, you've managed.
You know what I mean? Like I can have the mic mounted so that it's not picking up desk vibrations.
I think it might be not the desk vibrations itself. I think it might be because the USB cable is laying over the keyboard, the desk, and so like the sound is traveling up the USB. So like
the cable's not very long, but let me know if that helps it. You can change your face. Just do something with your face.
it takes 30 seconds for you to do something every minute. You can crochet.
No, I can't. I really can't. Not with you standing there like that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just casually draped in my doorway. Sorry, but would it even be a complicated not stream if I wasn't just casually hitting on Mr. Bones? Making a shell. We could call her Michelle, because it's her shell. We can call it Herschel, because it's her shell. once again, the number 12 seems to be the winner. It's just a solid number for many things. We should do the name vote soon. Okay, so it looks like the final 4 names are Boat, Lapras, Luz. I liked the idea. Yeah, okay, sorry, I won't fuss around with it. Let me get that vote started. Bear with me, folks. The keyboard is annoying to use. You'd think that would inspire me to do something to fix it, but you're wrong, because I only have to interact with it for brief windows while doing these polls for you guys. Lapras, Lazuli. Businessy. And tapioca. Oh, okay. Cute. Well, thank you to everybody who liked the stream anyway. I understand that the numbers might be a little bit inconsistent. I appreciate anybody who takes the time. Plus, there's a lot of people who like watch in ways that make it inconvenient for them to click things like likes or to chat or to even vote. And so like, that's cool. That's fine. All types are welcome here. If you have a like to give, I'll take it. If you don't, that's fine too. What's really funny to me is that the dislikers have found this channel now as well. By that, there's like 3. I'm talking like 3 people. It's not a big deal. But like, it's just funny to me because like for a brief shining moment, we had fooled them, and now they're back. Just imagine inspiring that kind of ire in people. And that said, I'm also equating the fact that there's always the same number of dislikes to them being the same people every time, when it's probably just different people who don't like me. That's fine as well.
Cool milestone. We just tipped over 200 viewers for the first time on the new channel.
Oh, wow, that is exciting. Hello, everybody. Oh, no. I might get disconnected. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I found it. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you to the 202 people here. Well, okay, looks like Lapras Lazuli is in the lead as the winner. We'll leave it running for now. For a little bit longer. But that's looking like that's going to be the name. I just like the idea of like me having to, because like that's the whole point of this, is that some of you I think have realized this, but basically I intend to make a video out of I crocheted 151 Gen 1 Pokemon, right? Hopefully will come out at some point this year. But after we finish making them all, that is. But I also intend to read out the names that you guys have given these Pokemon. And that puts me into a very interesting position with some of these names. So you can get me to say all kinds of things. But there's like there's like filters that filter out any that I wouldn't want to say. Like I'm not going to put one I wouldn't want to say in the poll. But like also the idea of me going, and this is our Lapras tapioca with absolutely no context is very funny to me. All right, yeah, I'm probably gonna leave that vote open for a bit, just while we finish making the shell. So I've done 2 rows so far. And I think in this next one, we're going to do the spikies. So I just want to do a little guide first because we have 5 spikes to fit into a row of 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now that's annoying because we have a middle spike to fit. I'm tempted to go back 1 row and just chuck a little decrease in there. And so I will. I have the power. Which will bring us down to 11 stitches, but it's fine because the back is curved anyway, which will hide the fact that the shell has gotten slightly smaller. And it'll also mean that we have a center stitch. And make my life a little bit easier. I won't have to worry about things looking crooked on one side or the other. I was honestly wondering whether you'd make videos from the stream. I was almost expecting 1 YouTube short per Pokemon. Yeah, Sketchwolf, I honestly would if I had the time or the resources. Because, like, producing 1 short per Pokemon or like even just editing down each live stream into like a 15-minute supercut each week, I think that there is an audience for that kind of thing. I am that audience, but I just don't have time to do a main channel video, do a whole day of streaming, and then also edit down that sort of thing. And the few people I've talked to about maybe doing that sort of thing, it's not their sort of thing. So it's certainly a thought though. So we'll do one there, and then one there, and one there. Cool. And with 11 I can space them really nicely. So it's single crochet, and then I think the small bumps, that's a double treble, and so that's about as small as they should be. So I think we'll do double trebles and then like a treble treble in the middle. Double treble, toil and treble. Which will mean that we have a designated top for the shell now. One, two, three, and annoying, 4. Okay, I need you guys to be ready to judge my nobbles. You ready? Might have to do another row to lock them in. 2, 3, 4. It's the third one. We've got 2 more this row. I think that was just a treble though. I think I whiffed it. Clearly I need minions. Yeah, you're not wrong. That said, I have less than no interest in ever being a manager. This operation, this channel, everything that I do is always going to stay at about the scale it's at now, because I have just no interest in managing other people. Never have. Well, I'm going to guess I never will. Okay. I think my shell nobbles are okay. I think they're a little tall, but I think they're okay. And then I think it's like, keeping in mind that there will be like an edge around them. So then I think 2 rows back, we'll do the next row, then 2 rows in the final one, and then a little bit more. So that's good. So we are, what, 11 stitches? So we'll do 2 rows of 11 single crochet. And turn times 2. Well, the poll now has many video votes as the stream has likes. That's good.
Do you want to call the poll?
Oh, happy birthday, Jessica! Oh, sorry, I'll stop the poll. Yeah. There you go. So it looks like the name is Lapis Lazuli, or is it Lazuli? I always said, or Lazuli. I always said Lazuli. I'm just going to say it the way I say it. Okay, Lapis Lazuli won with 46% of the votes, followed by Tapioca at 23%, Boat at 18%, and Businessy at 12% of the vote. So thank you to everybody who voted. We have now named our Lapras. I can't believe I was putting off doing Lapras for so long. It's just a very like pleasant little walk in the park, honestly.
Did a search. I say lapis lazuli.
Lazuli?
But apparently it's lapis lazuli. As in
Lazuli. Yeah, Lazuli.
As in like Lorelei?
Lazuli.
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 Mm. Lazarus's sister.
Let sleeping Lazulis. Also, like, I low-key vote that we call it Lapras Lazuli instead of Lapras, actually. I saw that joke earlier. I liked it. Kept it. Oh, look at the birthday wishes rolling in. Alright. Bye, AMMW. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, now I need to space 3 in the same space that I had before. So it's still 11 stitches across, and now I need to fit 3 in. And they need to kind of be like in between. So that actually looks like it's going to line up. So 2 in from the edge, the third one, and the third one on either side. So that one, and that one, and then in between we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool, and then middle again. Awesome. So that actually works really nicely for us. 2 single crochet, double treble, 2 double treble, 2 double treble. Excellent. We can do a repeat. Single crochet and turn. Yeah. Gotta make sure I keep everything poking out the right side too. Yeah, I always, sorry Sketchwolf, that's the first place I heard it spoken out loud, not by myself or the people I worked with. So, because I worked in one of those new age gemstone-y type stores briefly as a teenager, and by briefly I mean for 4 years of my life. But yeah, I heard it, first time I heard it in like common parlance was Steven Universe. And they always said it in a way that felt wrong to me, but also you have to think that if it's being said that way on a television show, then someone at some point has looked into it or it's passed through enough hands and no one's questioned it, so maybe that's right. Nerdity Master, you're 2TT2? Oh, birthdays. Right, okay. Well, I'm sorry, Nerdity Master, your birthday wishes will have to wait another week or two. But happy birthday to anybody whose birthday falls within 3.5 days of today. We'll do a little bubble over the top. Oh, Night Jay of all trades, thanks for hanging out. Okay, so then we've got the 3 bobble row, and now I'm going to start decreasing, I think. Because the back also starts to decrease a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Maybe I'll do 1 row of normal single crochet and then I'll do my decreases. So we're still 11. And then we'll do decrease, 9, decrease. We only have 1 bobble left to do, and it'll happen after that. You would indeed hope that people making a show about gemstones would do some research on those gems. Yeah. And it's just, basically, it didn't lead me to think that I was saying it wrong. It just led me to question what the right way to say it was. Because, like, there's plenty of words, as this stream has shown, that are just said differently in different parts of the world. It's been your birthday for just over an hour now. Well, happy birthday, not the weird one. And happy birthday to Rainstorm. You need to make a Pidgey and attach it to a hair clip. It's literally just bobby pinned in there. It's not attached to anything. I don't even know where the bobby pin went in. I just sort of stabbed it until it held. I don't know anyone with a birthday on Feb 29th, but I do know someone whose wedding anniversary is on the 29th. Simplifies things. Okay. I'm worried that I haven't, like, gone far enough, but I think it's all right. So now I just need to put 1 in the middle. I'm running out of room on the page for these notes, and I don't know where to carry them on. 2. Be continued at the top. And then up here, we've got shell again to give me more room to work with. There's always a certain degree of decryption when we try and translate my notes into a written pattern. It's just the way it be. Oh, wait, did I get that wrong? I got it wrong. That should be 7, not 9. So we are currently 9 stitches across, which means I have 4 single crochet, then a double treble, and then 4 single crochet, and then we'll turn, and we'll do a decrease, and a bind, and a decrease, and we'll turn. Okay, we're nearly done here. We'll be done in the next 5 minutes, and then we'll start the next vote. And 4, and it's just after 2 o'clock, which is a good time for me to go get some lunch as well. Don't mind that at all. Oh, your friend's twins are mono rare, and she's being induced on the 29th. That's... I wish her a safe and speedy birth. A cousin of some sort that has a birthday on a leap day. She's like a second cousin or something. Okay. You learned the other day that your baby is due on the same day that the lunar eclipse starts. Hey! That's a nice little bit of lore. What exactly is the theme today? Sith Assassin, I threw Pokemon in the blender. And so the colours of the doors represent the colours of the Pokemon all mixed together. So the Boring Colour Brigade is having an interesting time of it. And Lapras was a kind of blue-grey. But you'll see the other colours again in a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, it's not the most creative of themes, but it's a really interesting way to get a lot of like Pokemon who don't really fit themes in and done. I'll level with you guys. I sat down, I looked at the list, I was like, you know what, I can see myself making that one. I feel like making that one. I just picked a bunch that I felt like making, or you know, felt up to making, and then I threw them in a blender. As you do. Can't be bothered chewing? Blender. The themes are getting very interesting. I'm doing my best, Coco. Oh, they can't all be winners. I've got some... we do have some actual fun ones that I could have picked, but I felt like... Sometimes I just feel like making particular Pokemon, and sometimes those Pokemon don't fit the themes that I have available. So, we make it work. We do not turn. We are now working up the edges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I was going to say 1
8,
instead of typing 1.
9.
Are you okay with me mentioning the Lickitung problem?
11. What's the licky tongue problem? The one
some Pokemon just can't be put into groups,
and also can't be Googled, and you can't make puns about them because everything is dirty.
Yeah. And
yeah.
Like what the hell? Like Lickitung has to be in like one of the ones where it's like, hey, we found this one. Where
yeah, it's almost like licky tongue will have to go in a blender.
Yeah, at some point. Right, let me check that.
Yeah, for any Pokemon that don't fit a theme. Exactly. It's like the...
Alright.
Shell's looking good so far. Thank you very much. The shell is the final piece here. We are... I can sense the finish line. I forgot to count though, so I just need to go back and fix that real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? I think it's 11. Oh, I wrote it down. Golly, I'm good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and there'll be 12. Back of chain, 11, and then 3. Now, if I was feeling real fancy, we could go around again as like a front post or a back post to give this more definition. I don't know how much I'm feeling that as an approach, but it's an option. Alrighty, and there we go. And then just 3 more stitches along the base. And then we'll decide if I need to do some front post or back post, but I'm not feeling like I do. I think it's gonna be fine. Like hypothetically, that's where I would leave it. And it would just attach like a cozy little blanket. Yeah, no, I think that's good. I think that's good the way it is. Stab, stab, stab. Okay. There is little Lapis Lazuli. She needs sewing together. But otherwise, we can tick that one off the list. She ended up very chunky. She's a very chubby Lapras. Cool. All right. So, as mentioned, we're going to go to a vote. And I'm going to go for a break. And it's probably going to be a 10-minute break because I'm going to eat some lunch. So the thing will play twice. I haven't quite gotten up to doing a 10-minute version yet. But those are our options on the screen. Let me set you guys up with a break screen and a mini player and a poll. So many things to do. I'll set up the poll after I've set up the rest of everything else. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. combination of the colours that make up the Pokemon and are not just like individual colours that come from the Pokemon themselves. See you in 25 seconds. Sorry, after doing my little airline hostess bit, I lost the microphone button. After the dugong fight the other day, I'd be surprised if she wants to look at one for ages. Someone's been paying attention. Okay, so you guys have made your votes. I have not looked at it yet. I also haven't closed it off yet. Let's just update the counter. Let's update the counter. Because Lapras was number 98. So whoever we make next is number 99. That's exciting. I think that's exciting. The ghost of CK whispers. Oh, sorry, Faith. Normally if I do that, I turn the music down and I forgot that time. I was just reminding everybody, I saw your guesses coming in and I just wanted to remind everybody that the colours on the screen today are not sampled from the Pokemon the way they normally are. I've taken 2 or 3 colours where possible from the Pokemon and mixed them together to create the colour of the door, like they've gone through the blender. So... yeah, alright, so let's close off this poll. And what a surprise, you guys voted for the purple. We are almost at 100. Eagle Ironic, how should we celebrate 100? I'm open to ideas. So number 5 won with 34% of the vote. Then came number 1 at 25%, number 3 at 21%, number 2 at 19%. So yes, very blendy. Some of them are not going to be very surprising. Some of them might be surprising, I don't know. I don't think any of them are particularly surprising. Yeah, purple is a guaranteed vote every time. So, let's reveal who is behind door number 5. Mr. Bones is quite excited that this one got picked. He was hoping that one of you would pick our industrial waste boy. We're going to make Grimer. No, this Muck. Sorry, we're going to go a Muck. We're Muck. We are predictable if anything. Yeah, Rosalind, I knew I'd have to put the purple one at number 5 because if I put it in the first 4, you guys would pick it first. Would a confetti popper suffice? Maybe, but then I'd have to clean up confetti. Yeah, he's just purple on purple. He's just purple. Yeah, there's just no surprises there. Muck is purple. Lapras is still side-eyeing us, so let's just fix that and let's get the right things open in the right order, shall we? Let's shrink that on down. And Lapras, thank you for your assistance, but we need to swap you out for the sludge. Give me a sludge. I feel like you need to be bigger. And like maybe... No, down there is probably the right choice. You can be swiping at chat. Rawr. Rawr. But still, not so much that they can't see. Because I'll work on this part of the page. So the interesting thing here is that I don't know if you guys recall me talking previously about how this is the colour purple. That is a really good colour purple for all of them because it's like a grey purple, but it's no longer available for sale anywhere. So we've had to resort to using the very pinky purples and the very blue purples. Well, guys, I did an inventory of my yarn the other day and I found the precious, okay? I found one almost full ball of the old grey purple and I think I'm going to use that for the accent colours on Grime. Why do I keep calling Grime? It's clearly Muck. Anyway, I'm going to use it for the accent colours on Muck. And so for the main colour, we have either Wisteria or Lilac. So that's either Wisteria or Lilac. And this one's either Lilac or Wisteria. So I was thinking, I like this combo. I get that this is a very pastel, pretty colour, and Muck himself is very, very grey, but Alolan Muck with a very interesting blended. Alolan Muck is basically just a tropical smoothie. Name him Muppet. Muck goes into a blender and comes out completely unchanged and unbothered. Yeah, for Muck, that's just a Tuesday. Yeah, so I think we're going to do that. So I think I'll do this one here with like this as like, they're going to be stitched on accents. I'm not going to do color changes or anything, but I'll do like a little like that thing where I like weave the yarn in and out or something. So yeah, we've got, I was just like, this was such a find because like literally doesn't seem to be for sale anymore, that it's just not an available color, but it's such a necessary part because like you can see where it was sitting there on the shelf. It's just such a necessary part in the light to dark purple spectrum, and now there's just nothing in that space in the range. Yeah, and then Grimer could be a little bit more pink if we wanted him to be, like the baby one. Amok.
Question.
Yeah.
I've been wondering if you could do this for a while now. Could you crochet him by having both of the yarns on the hook like you did with Chunky Boy? Or would that just like ruin the scale?
It would have an interesting implication for the scale. It could be planned for, but it would make him big very quickly.
I like the texture of Big Chunky Boy. How like you got like that sort of dappled colouring.
I would need to use a different hook as well, and it's also a lot of extra strain on my hands, which is hard when on stream.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. And we also need black. So hold on one sec. I get that it's more of like a... Look, I'm just going to go for like straight up black inside the mouth. Sorry, I'm leaning closer to view the sprite. Are you intimidated yet? Like I get there's like a blue-grey tongue in the mix, which we could have. We could have the blue-grey tongue. That works. Mud Pie is a cute name. All right, cool. So like that's kind of like tongue, main body. I might end up just doing black inside the mouth. I don't know. I've got a color here. That's the right color should we need it. Or I could use grey for that. That also might work. Yeah, grey is probably a better choice. Yeah, that's exactly it. I have to like preserve this. Like, don't get me wrong, it's nearly a full ball, but I have to make sure that I make, yeah, Ghastly and Haunter in this color. So we're rationing it carefully. So yeah, all right. So here is our color story. It's very friendly. I like it a lot. It's familiar. And now we need to draw a little portrait for Muck. A muck. Now, the reason I've avoided doing Grimer and Muck for so long is that you're at risk at a glance in assuming that they are formless. Dang it, I was going to sharpen this pencil on the break and then I didn't. Got too distracted by the cheese. Because he's not formless. He just kind of feels that way. If you're not paying careful attention. Because I think we're going to split him into like 2 or 3 key pieces, and I'll show you where. He's going to be a very experimental piece. He's got one little hand down here. And he's got like one hand up here. Like that. And he's got a little eye, sort of snuck in. We won't be using safety eyes for this, I don't think. There's just not enough eyeball there. Do we reckon Muck has a second eye, or is it just one? Oh, yeah, Mr. Bones, I hope you're keeping track of all these names. Then he's just generally like a wavy sludgy. Oh, thank you. Because with Grimer, he's got like a very defined form to him, whereas with this one here, it's a little bit less. My goodness, you guys have posted a lot in the live stream channel since I saw it us. Okay, yeah, so there we are. Like, Pogo and, thank you for the hexes picture. Thanks, Luke, those are great. I'm sorry, I've got the hiccups. Okay, yeah, so they give him a lot more form there than what he has in this sprite. This sprite gives us no information to work with. I might even just redraw my picture. Because there, he's more like this. He's like a gentle sandcastle, or a mud pie, as someone accurately pointed out. With like opinions. He's hand raised in class and he's terrorizing the other students. And he has like tiny little eyes peeking through on either side. Still got the tongue. And then like... So it's kind of like we took Grimer and just sort of went squeesh. Okay. He can't have a pointy head though, it has to be flat.
But
One thing that all of the sprites and 3D models agree on is in his big mouth, there's a piece which connects the top and the bottom on the side.
Yeah, like a little drip, but I would get that in stitching. Looking forward to the open mouth. Yep, we got to have the mouth open. There's just no way around it on this one here. Hi, Nat. You snuck in. This is Lapras Lazuli. And it's who we made first. It's very cute, actually. I'm just appreciating that one all over again. Yeah, muck is a little topography-ish. I don't know, I'm just trying to like work muck out at the moment. Like, 'cause from the side, that's an interesting take as well. There's just a lot of him. This is literally what one of the pictures looks like. So he's kind of like all of the detail at the front and kind of just slooped towards the back, but I don't want to make him too big. So he like, we got to keep this within a reasonable realm. We'll make it to 3 tonight or just 2. It's going to depend on how long this little fella takes. If we get him knocked out in about 2 hours, we'll see. Let me think about who else is left on the lineup. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to make promises and then go back on things. Oh, night, Rosalind. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. So I've got so much yarn around here that I've lost my pens. So I think this is a pretty accurate representation of what he's supposed to look like from the front. Like with like the dribble. Alright, so that's front muck. And side muck. And kind of like sprite muck. Just, we're doing a thorough muck exploration. What's funny is that when I started drawing these, I thought I knew how I would approach it, and now the time has come and I'm feeling very far away. Morning, Coletti Spaghetti! So I think the way to approach this is kind of like Tyranitar's head, right? Somebody already said let's name him Muppet. That's absolutely kind of the vibe we're going for here. So I think I'll make one piece that is like the tongue and the bottom half of the body. So needs to be purple back a little bit as well. Or it could even just be like that's tongue all the way back. And slope. Find a way to give it the wibble wobble. And like have that be the base piece. And then we need... It's kind of a piece that kind of folds in on itself. Kind of a helmet, like a half helmet that sits over the top. It has like black on the inside, purple on the outside, and then like the hands are just like whatever wibble wobble forms. And then I would just like stitch a little like chain piece in to join the two bits together. So that's kind of my plan. I even think that this could be like a top of the head type of piece, and then I build like a little like, yeah, as I said, like a helmet piece that goes around it and line it with black. So, alright, this is going to be very odd. Yeah, Nat, Tater Tot, yeah. Don't remember why specifically I put Tater Tot in my hair, but it happened earlier in the stream. This is just a gentle reminder for everybody that all crochet is compatible with bobby pins. Like if we really wanted to, I could probably try and anchor this guy up there, but I've just not felt the need, and I think we're going to keep it that way. Yeah, the possibilities are not endless, but extensive. Alright, muck. I think we're going to start by making the base body piece. So I will grab the tongue colour. Grey magic ring of 6. We'll go up to 6 increases, which is 12, and I think we're going to go up to 18. Well, we don't want him huge, but we don't want him too teeny tiny either. Totty's hat. Totty's hat. Wonder if increasing and decreasing stitches unevenly would help muck look more wobbly and flowy? Potentially. I could also just like spot in half double crochet and regular, like with single crochet, and just like with enough of that the rows would start getting a very slight like wibble wobble like this to them. But it makes patterning a little bit harder, and it makes working out the shape a little bit harder as well. So it's kind of like, yeah. I'll probably do some variation of that once I get to the rows I want to be distinctly wibbly wobbly, and then I'll probably use back post stitching to add definition to them. So, but for now I'm just going to focus in and make the round disc of the tongue. You're very late. Oh no, what have you missed? Kath, we've made Lapras and now we're making a muck. The theme today is Pokemon in the blender. We can't call him Toxic Love. Hexus is acceptable. I also like the name Amok, or like Amok, but I always spell that A-M-O-K. I don't know if that is how you spell it. I'm questioning myself, but Muck is M-U-K, so it makes sense to me that Amok is M-O-K. A-M-O-K. Everyone hydrate or dihydrate. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's getting a good look at things. He has never felt so tall. I bet he's happy. I think he's happy. I'm a little worried that he's a little too anchored in there. My hair is very twisty and has a tendency to wrap around and keep things. So I'm a little bit nervous about how I'm going to get him back out. Amok is the correct spelling. Thank you. I feel better now. Who are you trying to flirt with, Lapis Lazuli? Everybody. He's businessy. Like businessy. He totally looks... He is so confused and he's not okay. Sorry guys, I'm just going to mute the mic for a second. No one panic. Eagle ironic, it's oddly ironic for you to point that out. Yeah, hair is a little bit of a bird's nest. I have a whole new respect for Grimer and Muck though since that playthrough. Grimer was just determined to not die, and like mad props to the little purple fellow. Yeah, he looks like he's raising his hand but also panicking. Sorry, I took the emotion and ratcheted it up a few notches. Sorry, I'll just move the yarn out the way so you can properly appreciate. I haven't been counting, but I think I'm close to 18 here. Hold on. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, go me. I got that counting instinct. So I'm thinking that might be as big as the inside of the tongue gets. So I'm going to give us just a round of single crochet to add a little bit of dimension. Yes, the little purple fella. Don't die. I'm not dying. I just had to clear my throat and I hate... Okay, so when you have to edit your own voice, you get a unique perspective on some of the sounds you make, and the sound of me clearing my voice is really uncomfy to listen to, and so I assume it's uncomfy for everyone. That and sniffing. So, like, yeah, I'm just not gonna... Yeah. Make other people listen to it. I love landmarks. Ferngully's having... Discord is having a Ferngully chat. Good. Good. Right, so that's that. And now I think we are ready for the purple. Gotta keep remembering to write down notes. I don't know how I used to get everything done on this desk. Now I need these desks behind me. There's just not enough room here for a notebook and a sketchbook and the yarn and the project and the microphone and the keyboard and the everything. I just don't know how I used to do it. It's stressing me out. Purple, changing to, and we'll do 18 front post single crochet because we want the grey to be on the inside. I can't count. Stop. There we go. No, come on. There we are. Hello. You've come to hover in my door frame. What you doing? Who do you want?
Caterpickle.
You want Caterpickle?
Mm.
Nat? This is your warning, Mr. Bones is taking Caterpickle.
Put it onto the pad. Mm.
Oh, you want it on screen. Okay, that's fine. That's nice. Caterpickle is still loyally holding his bobby pin to help the class. Most of the Pokemon have gone to live in the big bag. You guys want to see the big bag again? It is a heavy bag. This is my bag of Pokemon. You can see some of them through the... It is not a light bag. It is a very heavy bag. Caterpickle has not gone to live in the bag. I kept a few favourites out. I also have Hydrini, who is just off screen. Sorry, he's here. And I've got a few others that, like, you know, when we are working on like Pokemon family lines, it's nice to have to be like, oh, hey, we're making Wah. Why? Well, Wah evolves from Warp, so let's keep Wah out. Holy moly, you love the big bag. It's the packaging that I bought a body pillow in. I said this a little bit earlier, but I'll say it again, just because it's relevant again. When I buy pillows or doona covers or, I don't know, squishy mattress toppers or whatever, they come in these like big cloth bags with like a plastic on one side and a zipper around the top. And while they do decay over time, they're just a nice way to store crochet things because it's nice and breathable, so you don't have to worry about moisture collecting, but they should still keep the bugs out. You'd have to be careful that they don't deteriorate so much that they don't work at all anymore, but like they're pretty good. No, it's my Pokebox. I've stored them all in box 1. The ominous way Mr. Bones asks for things makes you nervous every time. Yeah, me too. That's why sometimes I involve myself in the process. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Yellow.
Why are you sneaking into the room again?
Can I have your heart?
Aw, why are you being cute? Sorry, that threw me for a second. I'm worried that this isn't enough of bottom lip and the tongue is gonna, this bit's gonna poke out too much if I don't do something about it. And now's my chance to do something about it. Because I think he needs just more lip. Alright, I'm gonna do... He only needs lip at the front though. He needs width at the back. This is hard. This is hard to talk about in language, with language and words. So, yes, the language and the words. So I think I'm going to increase out the back of this. So it's 18 around, so I'm going to space 6 increases around the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that uses 12 of the stitches, leaving me 6 at the front, which should be enough to build a little bit of a lip. Really, I want 9 at the front where I'm building this lip. I can do that. Let's split it a little bit more aggressively. And that should leave me with, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at the back, and 8 at the front. 8 I can deal with. It's not quite evenly, but I can deal with it. And maybe I cluster those increases. No, this is right. This is fine. How do I want to do this lip, though? Do I want to just build... Because I can go straight back and do front post again and curve it upwards. Makes it a little hard to curve it back down again. Or I can just do increase single crochet around, or even half double crochets around. We're going to try a few things. See what works for us here. So we've got some decisions to make. So first up, we've got what? Increase 1, increase 1, increase. And then we have 8 of something. The sleeping bag lives in a bed in a bag. Mainly so you don't have to roll it up. So I'm to use art and math to talk instead, I guess. Sketchwolf, I'm doing my best. Your eyes are full of curiosity and bravery. That's true. That's true. He has gone places that few caterpickles have ever gone. There we go. Alright, so I'm expanding out the back. And I'm just going to try and build... Ooh, that's an idea. I'm getting real fancy with it now. So in the front loops, I'm going to do 8 single crochet. We're just going to build a little lip and just see how we like it. I think that was 8. It was. Cool. And then we'll do an increase. This is weird. This is rare. I don't normally do like experimental shaping with you guys on camera. Normally I just stick with like shapes I know because it leads to a more guaranteed conclusion. But we're just going a little bit off the beaten path here today. And we'll just see if we're rewarded for our trepidatiousness. Why are we typing the alphabet? Are we working with grey and purple, or does the colour look weird on your screens? We're working with yeah, we've got a grey tongue. It's an accurate representation of the colours. They're honestly showing up pretty accurately on camera. So if you look at Muck, he's got like a grey tongue inside his mouth. And so what we're doing is we're making this like base piece, and we'll make the head as like a helmet type piece that attaches on top. So there we are. So that's what we've currently got. So like I'm sloping the back because like the head will be sewn over the top, and then I've just done a little start of a lip. And what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to eventually curve this back down and anchor it to these back loop stitches, and we'll just see how we like that. Because currently I'm feeling quite for it. No, we'll do an even distribution. So now we'll do 2 repeats of a single crochet, an increase in a single crochet, and then we will do a single crochet and an increase, and then 8 single crochet around the lip again. We might even anchor it straight down. We'll just see how we feel when we get to that step. Because he's quite a dispersed little fellow, so we don't want to get too big too fast, but we also don't want to have him end up being too grimer. Okay, and that one there. One of my front loops. I should have marked the front loops. Let's do that. That looks like the first front loop there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Okay, single crochet, increase, single crochet, increase, single, then single crochet and increase. So I could do a single crochet around again like so, but I'm also just going to try and see if this was already enough of a lip. And I don't think it is. I think we're right to continue growing it for one more round, and then we'll lipify it, or we'll experiment and see if the lip is right next round. We're not eating them, we're just blending them. You don't want this in your milkshake. In Lapras's case, it's a protein shake. No, none of these are for eating. These are not safe for human consumption. It was just... Okay, like, the themes are gonna get a little bit loose. Okay, we're down to our final 52 Pokemon. Someone out there is having a bad day. Increase, single crochet. That's okay, because there are heroes in society who will go and save them. Is that better or worse? Served in their own shell. Mud shake is a good name. Yeah, could be a mudslide. We're not eating them, we're just blending them. Ah, yes, that makes it all better. It does. And like, to be honest, as we mentioned, Muck doesn't mind. To Muck, the blender is like a ride at Disneyland. A night cryptidly witchy, thanks for hanging out. A mulk shake. Muck shake. I am really struggling to get this precision, like the pattern of stitches I'm trying to do correct. But I think I got it. A mulk shake. Ugh. Okay. Okay, good. I don't want to go any wider at the back, so that's good where it is. But if I was going to do something tricky with it, now would be the time to do the trickiness. But I don't know if I wanna. I think just making a little blob might be the go here. So there's a lot of tricky stuff going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11. Okay, so it's 11 single crochet. And then I think we're going to form the lip. The onion garlic milk you mentioned earlier, I don't remember any mention of an onion or garlic milk. He muck, therefore he am. I wasn't counting well enough, and that's on me. That's my bad. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 more. 10, 11, and now we form the claw. No, not the claw, the lip. We're working through the row and the back loop. And I'm mentioning that in case anyone is trying to follow this on Patreon. I can just send them to Well, 3 hours and 57 minutes in. They can see the process for themselves. 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Excellent. So like, it's not much of a lip. It's probably not even worth the effort it took to build it, but I like it a lot. And it looks way more lippy than it did before. And the head will like attach either side here and just be on top like a little thing. So we've got our cute little like Susian fried egg. We did 8 single crochet through next stitch and bloop. And then I'm assuming it's 11 back to the start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. It is. When we were discussing wives' tales, someone mentioned putting a cut onion in the fridge just makes everything taste like onion. Yeah, that's true. I can see that. It's funny. Onion milk sounds really unappealing, but like onion dip, we might be onto something there. If we aren't eating them, what happens to them after the blending? You guys pick them in a bowl and we make them. Well, here in Australia we have a dessert that I'm pretty sure is just called like, is it called like dirt and worms or something? Worms and dirt? Involves gummy worms and whipped cream and chocolate mousse and all kinds of other mushy stuff. Where is the start of the row? Why didn't I mark it? Oh wait, that's an increase. I recognise. And so it's 2 stitches. There we go. Excellent. So we have lip at the front, width at the back, and party till the break of dawn. So we're reconstituting them, sure. So honestly, I've been planning the putting Pokemon in a blender theme for basically since we started this whole project. I didn't realise it would be like that.
Some assembly required.
Yeah.
Mark the front.
I did.
Oh.
Thank you though.
You don't need this.
Bonus bobby pin. From the very handsome Mr. Bones. Sorry guys, he trimmed his beard. Yeah. Wait. What do you mean birds don't exist? Wait, I missed a fun visual. Hold on. Up we go.
Birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real.
No. No, they're just like robots. Which
Yeah. Oh, right. They're spies. Yeah. Right. Sorry, I did know that. I just didn't know that we were allowed to openly talk about it.
If you look at old manuscripts, no birds.
Yeah. No. If you look at old manuscripts, horses and cats are not right. Oh god, are we the Pokemon Center? Look, how do you think they heal Pokemon in the Pokemon Center? You get a sick Chansey, you gotta blend up a Chansey and feed them Chansey to make them more Chansey. That health has to come from somewhere, guys. Bet you'll think twice before taking Caterpillar to a Pokemon Center again. I really like the shaping of that lip. The shaping of that lip is great. Like it's just shaped and specific enough. It's good. It's good. It's good. How small can I get away? I feel like I could just do like a wibble wobble here and leave Grupp as Grupp. I'm not even calling him Grimer anymore. I've taken the U and I've found a P somewhere, and now he's Grupp. Nobody trusts us in a Pokemon Center. Come on. distance screaming. We are not Team Rocket. We're not. Okay, sorry, I'm in a little bit of a crisis. We have 30 stitches around, and I want to add a little bit of wibble wobble. I don't think I'm going to go much taller than this, but I want to add a little wibble wobble to it. And I could do that using like fan stitches spaced in key points around the circle. So if I just like, or the oval. If I just work out where I want them to go, then I can put them where I want them to be. That's how this works. Like, yep, good job, brain. That is exactly what we're doing. Like, I could do like a couple of like big fans. I don't want it to be too even, but honestly, an even spacing kind of matches what some of these reference images say. Make him into a little like flower guy, because then we could do the rows like, do like I said, just like either a fan stitch or make them using different stitch heights. And then like curve them back in a little bit, and then the next row would come out from underneath, and we only need like 2 layers of it to make it really work. I don't know, I'm just experimenting with things. Hey, Darcy's back. So a pattern that used chain stitches, you chain out and then work single crochet back, and the next round just go round them. Yeah, that's how you leave openings. Sorry, I think I missed the first part of your. Oh wait, CK, can you put Pokemon in a blender? That's Team Rocket vibes. That's fair. Yeah, sorry, Faith, I missed the first part of what you're trying to flag for me. But like, yeah, like you can absolutely chain to leave gaps. You aren't in a crisis. You already have one. I forget what form he's currently though. I think he's Gliscor still. He might be Jumpluff. He might be Jumpluff. Have I changed hairstyles since stream started? No, but we've stuck a Pidgey in there. Oh, to add Goopy Wobbles. Yeah, I don't know. It's a thought. It's a thought, but I'm probably going to do my Goopy Wobbles my way. I'm a little bit. Let me reread the sentence in context. Hold on. Used chain stitches. You chain out and then work single crochet back, and then the next round just go around them. Because like to me, if you chain out, right, and then single crochet back, like that's fine. I do that all the time with like bugs and stuff to create like little bits. But oh, I understand. And then if you go like over the top of them, maybe. But no, it's not. I think I like the floopy idea a little bit. So I'm gonna try that first. So each one of these is 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that makes it nice and easy, particularly as we are right to the perfect location to do 6 repeats of some sort of progression. Crochet, and then I'm going to try it with 2 double crochet and just see if it doesn't leave too much of a gap. Let's just try this first. Try it first. It's fine. We'll just try it. If we don't like it, we'll go back and we'll try something else. But we won't know if we like it until we get around a full row. So I'm doing some loop work here because I'm going to try something in the next row. But yeah, we're just like very much on a path of experimentation today. So there we go. There's like some gentle floops happening, and I've left the back loops free so I can anchor the next ones underneath if I need to. But if I don't need to, I'll just ignore those instructions when typing them up. Oh, wait, nope, stop. Police. I missed a single. There we go. Oh, Night RM McFrew, thank you for hanging out. What if the giant bag was the blender all along? The giant bag is not the blender. Hopefully we'll see you later, Darcy. We'll see. I don't know if 2 hours is gonna be the thing, but I'll see. Oh, night, Emily. Thanks for hanging out. Chances of me nailing every part of this particular Pokemon first try, not high. So it's just going to take as long as it takes. I'm enjoying the slight floopiness that we have so far though. I'm glad I left those back loops free. I think that's going to work really nicely for us actually. But confirmation will follow after the next row. Okay. So I didn't grow the row just then. I literally just built some wibble wobbles in. And I could use front post single crochet to like lock that in if I wanted to, but I've also left, see all the back loops? So if I now, in my next row, work in those, I've done my single crochets through both loops, and I've done that on purpose, but if I work the rest of those stitches through those back loops, it's going to look like the next layer of slime is coming out from under that layer of slime, I think, potentially. That's my thought. Maybe some dimension there. We'll have to wait and see. So, alright, that means in the next row, we want to we're currently at 30 stitches, we want to work our way up to 36, which is 6 repeats with increases and whatnot. So to go from 30 to 36, it's what? 2 single crochet, an increase, and then 2 single crochet. Oh wait, no, that's already 36. Huh? That's only 30, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I only have 5 floops? 1, 2, 3. I only have 5 floops. Okay. That's fine. Like, it's fine. Take out the wheel? Frankenpattern met with Pokemon, take out the wheel. A glorious evolution indeed. What? What's going on? Nat, I feel like you're getting excited about an idea that I haven't had. Oh, this is just another reminder to anybody who is currently here and who hasn't already to go over to Complicated Knots on the, it used to be called the Community tab, it's now called the Post tab. There is a poll there that I can't tell you more details on, but I need you to go vote if you haven't voted yet. I think we have our answer, but I'm giving you all a chance to scoot on over there and have a vote if you would like to have a say in what's going on there. So now is your chance. Single crochet. Oh, golly, that's going to make it really hard. I'm just going to preface this row by saying, where possible, work back loops only. And then I'm just going to write it as a regular row. 2 single crochet, increase from previous row. And we'll just see if it works. And if it doesn't work, we'll frog it. Nothing lost. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 18, 19, 20. I don't know if this is working or not. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, we're coming up on the big reveal now. 31, 32, 30, oh wait, 33, 34. Where did I go wrong here? Oh, whoops. Okay, first of all, that it's absolutely going to give us a perfect wibble wobble. Love it. It's looking great. But also, I can't count for to save my life. So I have to go all the way back to the start because I've been somehow cramming 5 stitches into back loops when there's only 4 loops available. I can't explain it. It's just what's been happening. So let's start again, and I'll do it quickly this time. 1, 2, 4, 6. So that's 1 on the outside, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 in there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18. Sorry, I'm so determined to not count that it's making me count. Alright, I'm back up to 24. Okay, that's 30. Sorry, I can count. I know what's going on. Good morning. And that's the row. Right. So yeah, that's giving us like these little like cute little ripples, which are not showing up on camera very nicely. Let's see if it'll show up here. Okay, that's a little bit better. So we're getting kind of like a sludgy, overlappy, loopy thing. And then I'll do 1 row of single crochet and then another row of like floopies to like alternate with it a little bit. Or I could just go straight into floopies, honestly. And then just close off the bottom. This isn't getting any bigger than this though. This is just a cute little muck. A muck. But this plan is working really well. There's the quote. What's the quote? Sorry? Oh yeah, sorry, there's 2 channels and the posts tab on complicated knots. So like the main channel. This is just a cute, this is like, This channel is the equivalent of going to a house party and being one of those people who like hides in the kitchen where all the cool conversations are happening all night, instead of like being out in the living room with all of the loud. So this channel is the hiding in the kitchen channel. Okay, little fried egg. Ooh, do I want to just floop straight away, or do I want to give him a little height? I think I want to floop straight away. I think flooping is the answer, but it's just... Okay, I'm at 36 now, so now those would actually fit 6 around really nicely. If I started here, it'd be like right there though, and I don't want to do that. I want to kind of... 1, 2, 3... I'll do 3 single crochet to start, and then 3 single crochet to finish. So that will avoid the fact that we've got this weird little lumpy bit in the middle. And then I want the crest of the floop to fall there. So I'll do 2 on either side. Okay, so it's 4 to start. Then 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, okay, 4 to start. And then I will do the same progression we were doing before. And this time I'll be working entirely in the front loop, so I can use the back loops to close off the round nice and evenly without worrying too much about floopiness. No, yes, no, yes, I don't know. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 times is 30, so there should be 2 single crochet left at the end of the round. Okay, cool. I have a plan. Whether it's a success or not, we'll find out. And I've already failed. No, I haven't. I'm doing fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then over to the front loops. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 6. Staggered floop. Yeah, I think it's a great little staggered floop. Muckleberry is adorable! Wait, emu bucket. Kitchen is also where the food and the pets usually are. Yeah, I am the pet seeker at parties. That is for sure. Okay, but why did that not line up right then? Oh, because there's increases. Increases make everything harder. Still got to work. I'm only through 1 loop though, friend. Come on. Why hexes though? What does it mean? Oh, Nat, haven't you seen Fern Gully? Instead of feeling like I'm corrupting you, I actually feel like I'm sending you on a good path. Fern Gully, it's the animated version from, Jesus, it must be from the 90s. Yeah, Tim Curry goes very hard as Hexus. One of the villains. The villain? It's kind of complicated. It's a statement on like pollution, I think. Mr. Bones, that's a good way to put it. Hexus is a character who caused as much strangeness in one generation as Beauty and the Beast did for another. Yeah, and also there's Robin Williams as Batty. The name is Batty. The logic is erratic. Potato in a jacket. Guitars in the attic. He rocks and he rambles. His brain is scrambled. Wrapped like an animal, but he's a mammal. That's enough of that, though. Yeah, 1992.
Toxic love.
I love Muckleberry. I think Muckleberry is such a cute name. Oh, gravity works. Oh, and Grupp. I like it when the strange little noises I make somehow become a thing. He looks really good. He's looking really good, if I do say so myself. Good and sludgy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's 4 of them so far. And then I'm going to try and sneak another one in. Am I? No, I'm not. I'm going to behave myself. He only gets 4 floops in that row, and then it's 4 back to the start. Okay. Bartok is the best. He is magnificent. And like, we'll stuff it and it'll look great because he's got like just really good like slimy blobbles. And I'll go through and I'll do a little like purple weaving action to like add a little bit of dimension to it. It's just, I'm really pleased with how it's turning out. But now I just need to close off the bottom of it. It's 36 stitches around. So that just means in those loops left free, we'll do 6 repeats of 2 single crochet, a decrease, and then 2 single crochet. 6 repeats of 3 single crochet and a decrease, 2 single crochet and a decrease, a single crochet and a decrease, and then just 6 decreases. So the rest of this should go pretty speedy. Alright, bye Henriette, thanks for hanging out. Where did I start? Do I want to be more aggressive than that just to make sure I get a really flat butt on this thing? I do. I want to go with decreased 3s instead of single decreases, which does make this a little bit more complicated, but not undoable. Because 6 times 3 is 18, 36 minus 18 is 18. And then 6 divided by 3, and then 18 divided by, no, 18 divided by 6 is 3. So I'm going to go straight in with 3 single crochet and then a decrease 3, which is a single crochet 3 together for those of you playing along at home. The only reason that's even a little bit complicated is because I forgot to front loop only for the first couple of stitches. Now, the aggressive decreasing strategy should mean that we get a nice flat base rather than a curved base, because we don't want a rounded butt on our muck. We want a nice flat stable surface. Almost done. Sorry, I'll be right back with you in a second. I'm sure you're chatting away pleasantly. Are we narrowing down the name list? Gonna start the baby dino pattern. Ooh. Okay, time to start narrowing down the name list. We only really have head and limbs to go. let your 4-year-old niece name a female sheep. She named it Vlad the Destroyer. Could it be Vlad the Destroyer? You might want to keep an eye on that sheep. People often become their names. Okay, there we go. I hate it when I throw a stitch. There we go. Current name list: Mudpie, Grey, Blackberry, Amok, Muckleberry, Hexus, Grupp. Okay, I'm going to get rid of Blackberry and we're going to replace, because like we don't need too many berry themed ones. I like Muckleberry better than Blackberry. I think Grupp is really cute. I like Amok. And so really you guys are just fighting for the last place between Mudpie, Grey and Hexus. Or Muckshake. You can also like compete. You're competing for the final one. Okay. So yeah, what you can see there is, I see how flat that is because of the extra like aggressive decreasing. That's how that do. I don't want to, like, I've mucked, lol. Ew, gross. Did I just say lol? Ugh. I've mucked up the back a little bit, but I don't think it's going to matter.
We've taken out Blackberry.
Okay.
Leaving us with Mudpie, Grey, Amok, Muckleberry, Hexus, and Grupp. I was thinking of dumping Hexus because Hexus is a thing already.
Yep, that's fine.
That leaves us with 5. Mudpie, okay. Grey, Amok, Muckleberry, and Grupp. I'm thinking of dumping Mudpie.
Mudpie and Muckshake have both had a lot of...
I don't have Muckshake, yeah.
I feel like I've seen them a lot. That's all when I'm glancing up. You're in charge of the names. I go with what you say. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I'm going to get rid of Mudpie. Which leaves Grey, Amok, Muckleberry, and Grupp.
Well, I don't understand Grey.
I'll get rid of Grey.
Sorry, guys. Is there a punchline or a story related to Grey?
When I heard Grey, I think someone might have been referring to the yarn colour, but for me it was acknowledge the Grey, right. And like it just works, you know. But yeah, okay. So it's Mudpie, Amok, Muckleberry, and Grupp.
Oh, I'll get them off you again in a second. Sorry. Okay, there we are. We're on the second last row of this body piece. There we go. Just going to check it still sits flat. We're going to add some stuffing before we close it off the rest of the way. Also, what's wrong with lol? I have a chip on my shoulder about the word lol. Okay, so lol was a word before it was I think it's called like an anachronism or an initialization or something. Yeah, lol means to like laze about, and then lol came and took over. And I don't know, I think it's kind of like the Comic Sans. It's like spoken Comic Sans. It's one of those things where like, I'm never going to be okay with the fact of saying it unironically. Saying it ironically is fine. Try the grey stuff, it's delicious. Oh, he's such a good little blobby boy. Like, love the way the lip turned out at the front. Sorry, I know, like, I don't think it's reading properly on camera, but like, that's fine. That's my failing. It's just like, I think it looks really good. Okay, cool. And now we just close off the rest of the bottom. Close off. Do, 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 do. Yeah, so you used to say lol out loud ironically, and now you sometimes do it accidentally. That's what I mean. Like, we start out saying these things ironically. Like, I went through a hella phase, but it was an ironic hella phase. And then it became an unironic hella phase. Yeah, so you gotta be careful. The stuff you start saying ironically, it becomes sticky. Like yeet, okay? Yeet is now a surprisingly useful verb. I didn't see that one coming. I'm still here. Hi, Duchess Cassandra. And we've managed not to make Muck too huge, honestly. Like, don't get me wrong, we haven't made the head yet, which is going to have some impact on size. But in general, he's just a good little guy, and it means that Grimer is going to be teeny tiny when we make him. Just a tiny little tot. We can go with Pidgey Tot. Though, honestly, if I have Grimers in my bun, it's probably time to wash the hair. You started using lol ironically and now you can't get rid of it. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, oh no, did that just slip out? Just like on purpose? Oh, welcome back from work. Kick your shoes off, put some comfy clothes on, get a snack, hydrate a little bit. If you've got accessible dinnery foods, maybe get that process started. Oh, I missed it. Did I miss a good name? What was the name? Oh, it was by Grim Squirrel. Let me scroll up and find it. Where are you? Should have guessed Ajax because it cuts through my comb. Okay, yeah, he's kind of missing the last little loop that should be here, but it is what it is. Like, it's our little Muck. He's looking drippy and goopy and really good. Is the shot better here? He's just a little overexposed. He's got good texture though. Alright, so now we need a head. And so for the head we need to make a little disc. So yeah, I kind of like started drawing it here and there. But like, this is kind of complicated because I could make this using 3 different pieces or 2 different pieces. There's kind of options available. I'm going to just draw over like where there's free spaces in here. So like the head is going to be like a little pancake, right? It's going to be purple on the outside and then it's going to have like black on the inside, kind of like the Tyranitar Muppet head, except with the Muppet head we did it all one color, and this we've done grey and then we'll do black. So that's the head, but then with Muck he has this decided like lift. And so I could then like continue this head by chaining and turning and filling out like one side of it, and then I could make a little black rectangle and like fill that in as well. And that's probably the approach I'm going to take. It's going to take a little bit of sewing, but I think that might be the option. We don't need to do any floops on the head because the head just needs to join in with the body, which means it just needs to be 18 front post around at its widest point. So yeah, I actually think this is going to be good. I think I'm feeling positive. So I'll start in my purple so that all of our sins are hidden in black. Mucktastic. Ooh, spag bol, nice. Didn't like yeet at first, but I find myself using it more and more. Yeah, like yeet rubbed me the wrong way for a while there. I'm just like, I don't get it. It just feels like a word for a word's sake. But no, now it's like singularly useful in so many contexts. It's a great word, you know, mad props to the generation that spawned it. 6, all right. I'm just beelining straight up to 18 single crochet. Yeah, the mouth definitely needs the extra lift piece. I can't just do like a Muppet flap. Though with Grimer, I think I potentially can get away with a Muppet flap. That's fine though, that's a conversation for another day. It's kind of complicated. Is that your motto or just the theme of the channel? ¿Por qué no los dos? A little from column A, a little bit from column B. I have to tell you though, the complications came before the name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Yep, cool, we got it. And then up to 18. 3, 4, stop counting, 5, 6, you're just going to annoy people, they're trying to work on their own projects, 7, 8, 9, I can't stop, I'm so sorry, 10, yeah, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both? The funny thing with yeet is that it was just a random noise someone made in a funny vine and then it went viral. Yeah, it's just like that's how language forms. We found a sound and that sound was given a use and a function, and then we realized abruptly that we did not previously have a sound that was adequately fulfilling the function that that sound would make. And so, yeah, well that's, sorry, I say that knowing full well that there are like people who actually know about this stuff in the chat, and I don't, I'm just rambling. Feel free to correct anything that I just said that was wrong. But that's how I kind of feel about language. And English in particular is several languages in a trench coat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, cool. So that's WAP. Whoa, 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 for the longest time. Magic ring 6, 6 increases. 6 repeats of a single crochet and an increase. I think I have to go up to 24 actually, because this is only 18 around. I think having the head be like 1 row bigger will only be helpful. I could go half a row bigger. That is an option at this scale. I think a full row bigger is probably the call though. It just gives me more room to work with. 1, 2. Okay. Someone just didn't make a choice and just started stitching, didn't they? Yeah. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Pokémon emboss. Well, yeet has replaced a different word, which has now got a different meaning. Mr. Bones accidentally, well, he didn't accidentally say it. He said it on a previous stream, not realizing that that word's meaning had migrated over time and no longer meant to yeet, and now meant something a little bit less PG. Oh, emboss means both. That's cool. Look, I'm in a level with you. I tried to learn Spanish at one point, and so I might have like a couple of the basics just through Duolingo, but like I'm getting Pokémon los dos from a taco ad. They're trying to pick between hard tacos or soft tacos, and the little girl solves the problem by going Pokémon los dos. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Cool. Nearly there. No, yeet doesn't mean a different thing now. A different word used to mean what yeet means now. It's just not a word I want to say on stream. It's kind of adjacent to like hanging out your laundry. Everyone gets that phrase from the taco ad. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't want to pretend that I speak Spanish though. I've got like lo siento. That's it. I can pronounce mujer. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. He just looks like he's smiling, like, hello. I don't know. I'm kind of stuck structurally here because I could branch off in a couple of different ways, and now I'm not sure if I should make a top lip. I feel like I should make a top lip. I'm making a top lip. I have made a decision and a top lip. But we're going to make a top lip in a different way to how we made the bottom lip. And I'm just going to aggressively decrease across the top here. So that's 1. 2. 3, using 9 of my stitches and leaving me with only 3. So that's eaten up any gain I got there, but it's given me quite like a sharp lip for the top of the mouth. which will only work now if I put those increases back at the back. So we'll do that. The linguist in you is emerging. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. Like, my language brings all the linguists to the chat, and they're like, "You take that back." Australia has word X, and X more or less is the same as yeet, but to the rest of the world, X means something very, very different. It's just trying to explain things in a world where you can't use certain language. It's 24 minus 9 is 15, and some of us are still trying to do math in here, just saying. I have 15 stitches, and I have to do 6 increases in a 15 stitch space. Does that work? Two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, one in the middle. Does if we do that. And we can move each one of these out one more. So like there, and there, there, and there. Okay, it does work. I can make it work. So it's single, ink, single, single, ink, single. Single, ink, 3, single, and then 2, single, ink, single. All right, sorry guys. This piece turned out slightly more complicated than I thought it was going to. Yes, a thong is a flip-flop. Just, yeah. And we are going to keep calling it thongs. And putting your feet into a pair of Crocs does mean something different here, yes. Why can everyone say where the library is? Donde está la biblioteca? Even I can say that one. Probably with strange intonation, but I did my best. Probably because of community. I'm gonna blame community for that one. No, the community was memeing on the fact that everyone knows how to ask where the library is. This is Pokemon number 2 we are making. Bob is short for Kate. The first one we made was Lapras, who we named Lapras Lazuli. And now we are making Muck, who's turning out slightly more complicated than originally anticipated, but I'm still pretty pleased. I think that's just too much lip. That's fine, he just has an underbite. Oh no, wait, that's the lip at the front. Never mind, we got the perfect amount of lip if I face the mouth directly. Like if I face the mouth forward. It's like, yes, the top lip has too much lip because it does not line up with the back of the skull. And now we are going to change. Ooh, okay. I can finish building up the purple or I can change to black. It's just tricky. I think I'm going to change to black. But there's going to be some loop nonsense again. And the black, as we were complaining about earlier, is thinner than all of the other yarn in this particular brand of yarn, which is very annoying. Because it's not so thin that you should double it up, but it's also just not quite the same gauge as everything else. Don't know if that even shows enough on camera to make enough of it to make a difference, but like, it's annoying. ¿Dónde está el biblioteca? Huh. Well, knowing where the library is an important thing to say, apparently. You'd think they'd teach you to say, like, where's the bathroom instead. I feel like that's a question more people...
You don't know what it means, don't read it out loud.
I know what it means.
Okay.
It means, where's the library? Like, I can read it. I mean, good advice, though, honey. I appreciate what you're trying to do there. Books! Books are in La Biblioteca. That is why everybody wishes to go there. It's a good place for information. I suppose it's a good phrase to know because if you can't speak a language, the best place to find a phrase book is probably the library. Okay, so I did 3 front posts in the black, and now I'm working in the bloops only. Bloops and the floops. Because I need the floops for building the sides of the thing, which I'll reattach and do later. Oh, does it really need to go back that far? It might need to go back that far. We'll let it go back that far. I don't think it needs to, though. Oh, wait, no, 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 no. No, rejected, rejected. 2 pieces, changing mind. Just going to chain 1 and turn, and I'm going to sew the 2 pieces together. It makes sense to do it that way, and I'm only rejecting it because I don't want to feel unfancy in front of all of you people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Latin very specifically doesn't summon demons. I don't know why everyone thinks it does. I'm sorry, of all of the things to glance up into chat and see, that was pretty good. It's just like, it's not the notion that it just doesn't, it's that it very specifically doesn't. It's like they've engineered a whole language trying its best not to do that. In fact, okay, alright, I might just be about to be babbling on a bunch of nonsense, so fact check anything I say before repeating it. Be better than I am. I'm pretty sure that what am I thinking of? I think it's modern Italian. Sounds so musical, it's literally based on the language used in poetry, like Dante's Inferno. It's like, that's why it's like a very musical language and it sounds that way, whereas like other languages evolved a little bit more, less from poetry. Night Autistic Froplio, your name has changed again, but I like it. I'm going to say pop, and then I'm going to say frog, and just they all kind of collided on the way out. The Walrus and the Carpenter in Welsh. Welsh, I congratulate you for being able to speak it, because that just feels like a tongue dislocation. So I'm pretty sure I have Welsh ancestry, so you'd think I'd be up to it. I don't think I am. Saying this specifically doesn't summon demons is like saying you can drink this, it won't dissolve your skeleton. It's going to be a little sus. Yeah, sorry, Nat, I'm, like I said, I'm second guessing myself as I say it, but I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that like one of the European languages, I'm guessing Italian, was evolved or heavily based on like poetry from, yeah. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. And as a skeleton, you should be extra sus, Mr. Bones. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like saying everything is edible. Some things you can only eat once, though. Not wide enough of a mouth. I'm frogging back. We're going back, and we're doing it again. We're going to get this. It's going to be great. It's going to look fantastic. We're going to be so happy with the result. We are. We are, we are, we are. Like that last increase, I hate it. It's wrong, and it's bad, and it should feel bad. We'll get rid of that. And just finish it with a single crochet and turn. Better. Better already. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A big fat hen. 13, 14. Okay, that's a much wider mouth. It's less of a mouth and more of a mouth. Have we done the name vote? We have not. We have not done the name vote. I'm still struggling my way through the weeds of the design itself, if I'm honest. Mr. Bones, though, did we nail it down to just the 4? I think you read them to me and I've just not really absorbed them. I know Muckleberry was 1.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. We're down to 4. Muckshake, Amok, Muckleberry, and Grupp. Grupp was just because I kept calling him Grimer, and then I went to say Muck to correct myself and found a P somewhere and it just turned into Grupp. Grupp, 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 Grupp. Alright, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll start the poll for you once I'm done with this row, which I was meaning to count but didn't, so that's on me. That's fine. It's not annoying at all. Not the poll thing, the counting thing. Where are ya? There you are. Let's open up a poll. Okay, excuse me, sir. Alrighty, let's see if I can faithfully reproduce this name list. Muck. Shake. Grupp. Grupp, 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 grupp. Amok, also known as Amok, 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 Amok. And Muckleberry, which is a very cute name. There we go. Start the poll. So Dante and Petrarch helped standardize the Italian language. Specifically, they made their dialect become the normalized version of Italian. It's a bit like London speech becoming the normalized version of English. Ah! Italian is a descendant of Latin, as is Spanish, Portuguese. Many operas are in Italian. Yeah. The internet goes gaga over Irish toddlers. Welsh toddlers getting tongue-tied is adorable. Honestly, all toddlers getting tongue-tied is adorable. Like, toddlers just trying to communicate. I love it so much. Alright. You guys can vote for the name while I make this little helmet piece. Probably don't want it too much taller than that. This lip is a bit aggressive. Makes for a very nice wide mouth, but it's very aggressive. If I make it too much taller, it's too tall. Weird, it almost doesn't need the black lining. The shadow almost does the job. But I'll still make like a little black piece just to cover up my raw ends there. But otherwise I think that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14. So it is 14 across. That's good to know. Turned, and then I think we did 1, 2. Yeah, we did 2 rows of that. Muckleberry. Woo! How is that like DuckTales? Okay, it looks like Muckleberry is a very like people are enjoying the name Muckleberry, which is very nice. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm second guessing my plans here because, like I said, I think the natural shadow forming is kind of doing the job for us here. It changes things. It means that we can move straight into the arms. I'll pin it in place. We'll just sit with it for a bit. Might be one of the things that I kind of make a decision on after I get a little space from it. It's currently being distorted because I've pinned the lip in place because I'll have to sew that down. But honestly, even the crookedness of it is kind of giving muck. And then like we'd have a little muck drool. Woo! Like stitched. Not like this, but like this, you know. So there's that. And now he needs 2 little hands. And the hands are very distinctly stupid shaped. So they've got like blob, blob, blob. Mucktails. Woo! In Shetland, something is muckle if it is large or a big quantity, when piri means tiny. Getting hit with another foot of snow tonight? Ooh, light a fire if you've got, well, if you've got a fireplace. Don't light a fire otherwise. Saw a man in town that had a cat on a lead, but the cat decided enough was enough and refused to walk. That's my dog. Growing up, I don't currently have a dog. I wouldn't hold out on you guys like that. What's up? What are you trying to do? You know,
being a cat being dragged down the street.
He's miming being a cat dragged down the street. There's a fly in here. I'm being very good and not freaking out about it, but it's here. You see it? It flew past us then. Oop, there goes. I killed one earlier today. I don't know where they're coming from. I hate them.
Just focus on your thing. If I can kill it, I will kill it.
I was fine until I acknowledged it out loud, and now I'm just like, I'm not even. It's not a scared thing. It's just I hate them.
I know you're not scared.
No, I'm letting them know.
You do go mildly insane.
But it's a lovable kind of insanity, right?
I apologise to everyone in advance for the potentially loud sound.
He's standing there with a vacuum cleaner ready to like. I gotta make arms.
Looks good.
Nope.
Would you do like another row at the front just to pull the front loop down a bit more?
Oh, no, it'll look completely different once it's sewn together. Don't worry about that. Muck is giving everyone the finger all the time. Yeah, Muck has opinions and he doesn't mind who knows it. Just like that crow outside right now. Careful, if it sucks up the yarn, you're in for a bad time. Not because it'll damage the vacuum, but because I will make sure you're in for a bad time.
Because you will damage the vacuum.
I will damage the vacuum.
I can't see it. I believe it's gone.
Okay. I believe you. Thank you for your assistance in this matter.
If it comes and bothers you, let me know.
If it touches me, I'm going to make a noise.
Happy to kill anything that bothers you, regardless of what it is.
I appreciate the sentiment, but the statement is a little alarming. Nat, are you crowing back at the crow? You're still hoping for the emu bucket explanation? Oh, what is that? What are you asking for an explanation as to what's happening on the thing here? Because I told the story on stream. I was telling the story of Nelson. I was asked what the weirdest Australian animal was that I grew up around, and I was just telling the story about, like, it wasn't a pet, it was like an orphaned baby emu that was raised around me. Now, I was probably too young to engage with it much, but it was just something that I know was happening. Yeah, the emu worked out that...
You want some muck?
That's not muck.
Just talking about a bucket, so, like, there you go, glass.
Yeah, so the emu learned that these big white drum buckets often had food in them, and so he would check with his head. And so, like, I was drawing the fact that, like, when you're carrying those buckets and you put them down, the handles don't always fall down. And so he'd stick his head in the bucket and the handle would fall down over the back of his head, and then he'd be, like, running around and the bucket would be whacking him in the chest and he'd be getting very, like, upset, and it'd be really hard to get a bucket off an emu that's running around with a bucket on it, but you can't slow him down until the bucket... He can't calm down because there's a bucket on him, and you can't get the bucket off because he won't calm down. It wasn't an emu brother. because it was a successful release. Went and had some little nestlings of its own. We're not convinced that Nelson was not Nelson. That Nelson might have been Nelly. It's hard to tell. But yeah, it's just I had proximity to an emu for a period of my life. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But like, we didn't ride it. We didn't pat it. We just fed it and made sure that the foxes and stuff didn't eat it. It was by no means domestic. Nope, go back, stop. I gotta write down these arms because I just did a really good job of it and now I don't know what I did. Single, treble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, single. Yep, and then I'm doing 2 single crochet, 3 single crochet. Yeah, 3 single crochet, and then a single crochet 3 together. Not really, it's actually been a very tame life. I don't really go places or do things. It's just I was raised feral. So like, I have some decent stories, but most of them are from a really long time ago now. For the record, my parents would probably object to me describing my upbringing as feral. But the joys of getting older is I don't care. So, yeah. 1, 2, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then single crochet 3 together, and then 2. Should bring us back down to 6. What's happening? I accidentally found the one video Mr. Bones appears in the flesh the other day. It was very shocking. Oh yeah, Mr. Bones might be in the background of maybe a couple of videos here and there. Like I think he walks past in some of the shots because I used to film out in the living room. Yeah. CK was a wild thornberry. Smashing! Have I been counting? No, I have not, but I'm going to make it up and I'm sure it'll be fine. Look, I won't say we did a perfect job with him, because it did take him a few goes to work out what he was. Like, for a while there he thought he was a dog, and then for a while he definitely thought he was a cow. So, yeah. Like, I wouldn't say that the rehab was good. But, like, you know, we kept him alive, and he seemed happy and healthy enough. Farm kids are built different. I found that there's a real difference in general with people and the kinds of people you can find in the two places. Like, both definitely have their pros and cons, though, for sure. Like, don't get me wrong, it's way easier to find a bogan in the country than it is in the city, but then, like, there's some people are a little over-cityfied for my tastes, and, I don't know. Can't really relate. Oh, my parents did their best. Like, again, part of growing up is not caring if your parents care how you describe your childhood, but part of growing up is also realizing that your parents weren't perfect people and they were just a couple of people doing their best. And that's what my parents were. Ooga booga. Hang on. But yeah, we've got little mittens. Sorry, I lost track completely of the conversation. Sounds like someone's having a lot of fun upstairs. How are we doing Muck's eyes? I think I'm going to embroider them. There's just not enough eye there to really snap something on. I don't want to give him like the toad licking appearance that safety eyes would on something this size. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. You're not despairing the lack of Huntsman spider content. Most spiders are nightmare fuel, but do you happen to encounter them much? Not here in the city. The big spiders tend to be further out. That said, when I go visit my folks, there's always the wolf spiders doing like the perimeter checks. They'll run like in hunting paths around houses and stuff. And there's always a Percy on the wall. Like they don't bother. Don't get me wrong, I don't want them touching me, and if they're on my face, I'm probably going to make a noise about it. But like, in general, they're fine. The big ones are fine because you can always see them. You know where they are. It's the little ones you have to worry about. Oh, dang it. I completely whiffed that. That's not at all how we make the hand. Yeah, actually, guys, you know what? I'll take opinions on that. Now that we have moved, we don't necessarily need to keep the chat on the screen. I am happy to keep it or remove it. It's up to you guys. There is room on the screen for it now. If that wasn't there, we would go back to the old screen layout of, no one panic, Sprite living over here. And that's literally what the difference would be. Potentially at some point I'd like to set up a close-up camera that can handle... I have like a Sony that can handle like short bursts of streaming, but it can't handle being turned on for more than an hour, and these streams always go for more than an hour. Sorry, let me turn chat back on. There we go. And I wouldn't mind being able to like show that, because like I understand that this isn't necessarily giving you the best view of what's happening, and it'd be cool to be able to like turn that camera on and show you a close-up of what we're making. So that would have to live in that corner, I think, but chat would just be off the screen for a little bit, and then we'd show the thing, and then we'd go back to it. So yeah, I kind of thought it would be helpful for people watching on TV. I think it's like harder to see chat when you're on TV, right? And I'm not ruling out at some point multi-streaming either. And if that's the case, you kind of need to have some form of chat on the screen, and so we're kind of just preparing for that day as well. Multi-streaming, I just mean streaming on Twitch at the same time. That's not to say I'm going to do that, it's just saying I'm not ruling it out, and it's better just to build and make decisions, leaving room for options in the future. You always named your huntsman Hector? But they only got the name if they were bigger than your dad's palm. Well, for a while there, all of the Percys, that's what we call ours, in our house, didn't have all 8 legs. Like, there was a number of them running around with like 6 or 7 legs, and I think we had a theory at one point about what was happening to them, but I can't remember. But yeah, something was just like rationing the Percys. Is that 2 stitches or 1? What did I just do there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, never mind. I got it right. I can count. Who says I can't? Okay, and now we make the second little arm. Oh, I should start the poll. The name poll. Let's do the name. Oh, I've already started the name poll. Golly, I'm good. I was like, oh, I'm nearly finished. Oh, we should do the name poll. Muckleberry has won. Muckleberry has won. The name is Muckleberry. It's decisive. There was no question there. 44%. Oh, yep. Muckleberry won with 44%, followed by Muckshake at 26%, Amuck at 15%, and Grupp at 13%. Muckleberry Finn. Yeah, we've timed stream delays at about 30 seconds, which is always interesting. Because, like, I'll ask a question sometimes, then I'll wait patiently for an answer, or I'll make a joke and you guys won't laugh. And that's awkward. And then I realised that it's not that you didn't laugh. You laughed when you heard the joke, which didn't happen straight away. So, yeah, it's an adjustment. Voted for Grupp, but not mad that Muckleberry won. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Like, I like it when the weird noises I make, like, break through and people like them. But I also think Muckleberry is a great name. It's about 12 seconds? Okay, that's not so bad then. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're counting this time. We're being careful to count. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, all I can think about as I'm making this is I don't know how I'd make these any smaller for Grimer, so Grimer might end up with the same sized arms. I think that's fine though. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We come across as reacting like the sloths from Zootopia a little bit, but it's more that I just think I'm not funny, which is just categorically wrong. I'm hilarious. In fact, Muck almost looks too much like Grimer, so I'm going to have to be very careful to, like, good flat head, make sure I keep him short and stumpy. I might change the pose of the arms. There we are. That's immediately having one down and one up is way more Muck, whereas, like, Grimer is both arms out. So, yeah. I'm just going to have to be careful to get it in the editing. But that is basically Muck. I don't know if I'm going to do the inside of the mouth anymore. I actually kind of think it works just like that. And then stitch on a couple of little eyes. I only have one black pin here. Do I have another black pin somewhere? Do you have one, Nessie? You do. Bogarting the black pins, are you? There we go. This is an approximation. Hello! He just looks like a little Muckleberry. Honestly, he looks like Ditto gone wrong. Ditto's been bagged. I'm sorry. I can't even pull Ditto out. Is Ditto on top? Nope, that's a whale. Nope. Sorry, guys. Ditto's buried in the bag or I'd pull him out. Yeah, he looks like Ditto's cousin that Ditto doesn't like to talk about in front of company. He is so cute and squishy. He's actually he's adorable. But yeah, okay, cool. So we've made... Oh, he's patting the Lapras. The Lapras doesn't look pleased. So Muck was number 99, and next week we will be doing number 100. So let me know, how should we celebrate 100? I've never been very good at celebrating milestones, not in my life, not on this channel. I do my best to acknowledge them when they pass, but it's normally just like casually waving at them as they run past, rather than like celebration properly. So I think we need to celebrate hitting the 100. I love him. We must protect Muckleberry. We must. So yeah, next week we're going to start with number 100. So let's reveal who was behind the other doors. So we put 3 other Pokemon in the blender, and they're not very exciting. None of these were very exciting. So I think number 3 came second in the first vote, and number 3 was Hitmonlee, because we have to get through the Peoplemon. Party hats for the Mons. Gyarados, feel like 100 should be special. Mewtwo or Pikachu. We've got Pikachu. I've even got Pikachu right here on the counter next to me. We named him Bolt because the weight inside of him is Bolt. We're not... exclusively boring colours. Is that not what we did today? Didn't it just cause chaos? And then number 2 was Dugong. I wouldn't have minded looking at it for extra long, particularly as I was going to base it pretty heavily on Seal. And then number 1 was Slowbro, because apparently that pink colour is what happens when you mix yellow, pink and grey together. So yeah. Yeah, next week we will start with number 100. Oh, I think something's gone wrong here. Lapras is like shrunk right down to let Muck pat it. It's actually very cute. Yeah, and there's our little Ditto. Yeah. Okay, good. It's 20 past, like, I went for almost 5.5 hours. I did okay. Ew, why am I blending Hitmonlee? Because we got to do the Pokémon and I wasn't putting Machoke in the blender. You think Gyarados is worth an entire stream? Maybe. It's going to depend. It's going to depend on how I pull up. Because, like, I had to keep it a nice, easy theme this week because I'm just so tired after the Pokemon series. Next week, I should be have a little bit more left in the tank at the end of the week, and we might be able to start taking on something like a Venusaur or a Blastoise, because we still have 2 of the starters left to do. We still have a legendary bird in Zapdos. We still have whole lines we haven't started yet. Like the Grimer and Muck we hadn't started yet, but we also haven't done... it was right there. It was right there. Hang on, let me turn the Pokedex on and I'll see if it breaks anything loose. We haven't done Abracadabra or Alakazam. We haven't done... There's a couple of evolutionary lines we literally haven't started. Like, that's a problem. Like, we've got some really difficult ones in the mix. Wait, what's fair? You think Gyarados is worth an entire stream? Gyarados would probably need an entire stream, and it's probably going to end up Pokemon. Not Pokemon, Pokemon. Please show the Pokemons from last stream. Sure, Andy. No wuckers. Oh, wrong button. Apparently some wuckers. Last stream we made Nidoqueen. There's a lot going on this screen right now. She's got her crown from Mr. Bones. I wish her eyes were 1 row lower, but in general she turned out pretty good. She turned out the same size as her boyfie. And who else did we make? Doduo! Kiwi. Whose neck holds up a lot better than Dodrio's does. So there we go. That's from last stream. Yeah, Queen Da'ata and Kiwi. Now we could finish evolutionary lines, or if I turn the Pokédex back on, you'll see that we're very close to finishing off some actual, like, horizontal lines here. That first line is just missing Venusaur and Blastoise. The third line is just missing Nidorino. Oh, sorry, Nidorino. Excuse me. Yeah, so we've got a few lines that are really close to being finished. We have some vertical lines really close to being finished there as well. Like, I don't know what comes just before Ditto, but if we do Raichu and whatever just comes before Ditto, it's a whole vertical line. Yeah, so I will try and pick something suitable for the title of number 100, but keeping in mind we also have to keep something really cool for 151, because how anticlimactic would it be if number 151 was, I don't know, what's an anticlimactic Pokemon? If number 151 was Krabby. What if 151 was Krabby? Poke Bingo. Yeah, we could absolutely start doing some bingo pulls as well. But I've been having a lot of fun with the puns and the themes. Anyway, let's wrap this up. Thank you all for hanging out today. I will turn some music on to cheer us out. But yeah, I hope you have a great week. Thursday on Complicated Knots, we have a pattern coming out for a cat based on the Yule cat. Should be a lot of fun, and I hope to see you guys there. All right. Bye.